Recording in progress.
Just made it. Good evening. I would like to call the March 25th, 2025 closed session City Council meeting to order. I would like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through live stream on the city's website. I would like to remind the council to have their microphones turned on and positioned so the audience can hear. City Clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Krupa. Here. Councilmember Lodge.
Here.
Councilmember Males.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Here.
Mayor Peterson.
Here.
All members are present.
At this time, members of the public may only comment on an item appearing on the agenda. Please adhere to the following when addressing the council. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes or less. Comments should be directed to the council as a whole and not directed to individual council members. City Clerk, are there any registered speakers?
Mayor, there are no registered speakers.
Council will now proceed to closed session. Thank you for joining us. A report of closed session will occur after the deliberations.
Testing 1 2. Testing mic check 1 2. Testing. Testing mic check 1 2. 1 2 3 4. Mic check. Testing 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. Mic check. 1 2 3 4. Mic check 1 2 3 4. Mic check 1 2 3 4.
And I did it again. I'm like, hey, I just replicated it. You know.
Testing 1 2 3 4. Testing mic check.
Are we recording already? Good evening. I would like to call the March 25th, 2025 regular City Council meeting to order. I would like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through live stream on the city's website. I would like to remind council to have their microphones turned on and positioned so the audience can hear. City Clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Krupa. Here. Councilmember Lodge.
Here.
Councilmember Males.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Here.
Mayor Peterson.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you. The invocation will be by Pastor Brian Foxworth from Spirit of Joy Community Church, after which Councilmember Males will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
Thank you, Mayor Peterson, for the invitation, and I'd like to offer up a word of brief scripture for you all, and then a blessing for this leadership. It says in Psalm 51, verse 10, "Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me, and cast me not away from your presence, and take not your Holy Spirit from me. Restore to me the joy of your salvation, and sustain me with your bountiful spirit." This is a reading that we lift up in the beginning of the season of Lent, a spiritual renewal, and is a request for God to keep us on the right track. And I want to pray for wisdom and discernment and for God's peace for you all in your leadership and for all of our community tonight. Gracious God, we give you thanks for those who have offered up themselves in service to this community. We pray for them as they lead from a place of compassion and wisdom. Give them discernment, guide them in the ways of caring for the needs of each and every member of this wonderful valley. We pray that you will bless their time tonight as they focus on concerns as well as deal with any issues that arise. We pray for calm hearts and minds and spirits, for those to come with a mutual respect to find solutions for the good of all of us in this community. We do pray that you will bless them with a peace that surpasses all understanding, and strengthen them in body, mind, and soul as they serve the public. And bless all those who are here in person or online and bringing their concerns. We pray that they will know that they are valued and their opinions are honored as members of our precious community. And we ask this all in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. And if you can please face the flag and put your right hand over your heart, please, and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
We will move to the City Attorney's report from closed session. City Attorney, can we get a report out?
Thank you, Mayor. The only reportable action is under item 5B. The City Council gave direction by consensus. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We will now move to communications from the public. Before we move forward with item 16E on tonight's agenda, the report regarding the proposed annexation by petitioner Hemet Unified, I'd like to take a moment to address this item publicly. This is the first time this matter has come before the City Council during my time as a council member, and certainly my first time addressing it as mayor. Given the scope and significance of what's being proposed by the petitioners, I believe it is important to continue this item to a future date. I am requesting this continuation because I would like the opportunity to meet directly with Riverside County officials to discuss the proposal in more detail. The City of Hemet has worked hard to build and maintain a strong collaborative relationship with the county, and I value that partnership deeply. It is important to me and to this council that we continue to approach matters like this with thoughtful coordination and mutual respect. Now, I also want to acknowledge the large number of public speakers we have this evening who are here to speak on this item. Even though we will not be taking formal action or having council discussion on item 16E tonight, I want to ensure that everyone who came to be heard will still have that opportunity. To make that possible, I will be hearing all speakers who wish to speak on this matter during the portion of our meeting reserved for items not on the agenda. This ensures that your voices are still heard tonight, and that your comments can be part of the public record and part of our considerations as we discuss this with the county. I thank you for all your time, your passion for our community, and your engagement in the process. We look forward to continuing this conversation at a future meeting after further dialogue with our county partners. Do I have a motion to continue this item?
I don't understand that.
Can we have a discussion on this first?
Mayor, you're looking for a motion to continue. You can certainly have a discussion about whether you'd like to continue the item.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Seeing that there are, I assume, a lot of people here that are looking for the information that is included in the staff report tonight and in this presentation, I would suggest that we go ahead and keep this on the agenda so that they can get the information. And I understand, I read the letter and the information that came from the county, from Juan Perez and also our county supervisor. But getting information out to the people has nothing to do with the county's concern with this proposed annexation by a group of citizens. The county's role in this is at LAFCO, and that is where they get all of their information. They've also known about this information for a while, since our agenda has been out for quite some, well, since last Thursday anyway. And this annexation proposal has been floating around in the public for probably the last 2 years. And I know it has been addressed by several of the supervisors, at least in my presence. So I would suggest that in deference to the people who have probably rearranged their schedules tonight, that the information that's included and would be going out tonight is information that they all need. And the public needs, not only the residents of the unincorporated area, but the residents in the city of Hemet, because any proposed annexation will affect everybody living here. So I would suggest that we continue this on the item or on the agenda tonight and get the information out to the people.
I'll second that.
Mayor, there's no need for a formal motion to hear the item on the agenda. It's already on. The motion we would need is to continue it, and it doesn't sound like there was a member willing to make that motion when you solicited it. So we could move on to public comments if you'd like.
Very well. There is a 3-minute per person time limit for all general public comments on non-public hearing items. All who wish to speak, including council members and staff, need to be recognized by the mayor before speaking. Please state your name and the item you are commenting on before speaking. We will take public comment for items listed on the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. We'll start with the comments on items 15F. We have Joe Wood first up, followed by Jean Fanza.
Thank you, City Council, for allowing us to make a presentation tonight, Mayor. The discussion about the Simpson,
Is your green light on?
yes, it is. The discussion about the New and Simpson project has been going on for some time. And part of the reluctancy of both the Planning Commission and the City Council, and part of the reason I believe that the moratorium was put into place is so that more research and decisions could be made on how the City Council is going to approach the whole warehouse issue in the city of Emmett. Now, all of a sudden, there's a resolution 15F to go ahead and spend $4 million of taxpayers' money to completely redo Warren Road from Esplanade to Dominigoni Parkway, including one of the stumbling points of the presentation that was made by the applicant for the warehouses, and that is the width of the bridge at the drainage channel. This proposal or this resolution takes care of that problem for the applicant at taxpayers' expense. I object to that, and I plead that the City Council revisit the impact that it has on the city. We can't even afford to fix potholes, and we're going to spend $4 million to accommodate the applicant that wants to put a $2 million square foot warehouse next to my house. So I appreciate your reconsideration of that item. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Next speaker is Jean Fanza. Ms. Fanza has 6 minutes total because 3 minutes were donated by Miss Alda Pitt.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to speak. A couple things for me. One is also 15F. I will echo what Joe has said, that it seems odd to me that this resolution would come before the City Council when you are pending a decision on that warehouse on April 8th, I believe. It's being heard. So it seems odd to me that the developer refused to put $5 million to widen the bridge. He was very clear about that. They were only going to redo half of Simpson Road, which 40% of the traffic is going up there. There's thousands of homes going in Winchester. I had questioned before if Winchester's been brought in the loop, and if they know we would be sending 40% of the traffic from that. So I'm with Joe. I echo that it just seems very odd to me that we would be covering the expense for that road. In regard to the proposals, we had 3, I believe, that was in the staff report. One was for TKE, which was had the least bit of information to me, but yet that is the one that's being proposed as the design consultant. And this $4 million or 3.7 million, I believe it is only for the design and the architecture and the study to do the bridge. It doesn't even include building the bridge. I'm not sure where we would get that money, hopefully from public funds that are not related to Hemet or not solely related to Hemet. I find it just strange that the proposal from TKE is just not as robust as the other two, so I would have loved to have seen that. It does have some things in the agreement that call for mistakes on their part or failures on their part. It doesn't really call out bad performance and what the consequence would be for bad performance if TKE does not perform. And I would assume, Attorney Graham, you would be the one working with them on that. So for me, I'd like to see, having reviewed contracts all my 35 years, to see more. We used to call it a bad boy carve-out. Now, politically, we call it a bad person carve-out. So something that calls out the consequences if they do not do their job. Or if they don't meet it on deadline. We used to upcharge them in our agreements. So, or decrease the fee that they're charging if they can't meet deadlines. So Again, I echo what Joe says, and hopefully we'll see a decision on April 8th that would be echoed by the Planning Commission, which is a resounding 5-0, for many of the reasons that this would solve. So I find it unusual and the timing convenient. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Finza. I will email you a copy of our template professional services agreement if you give me your email address at the end of the meeting. Next speaker is Joe Grindstaff. This is on item 16C. Ms. Lori Van Arsdale will follow on this item.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm here just on item 16C to encourage you to support that item. I'm here as the president of the board at Ramona Bowl. I think it's really important for us to support it. When they first developed the play, the intent of that was to develop something that was going to help the economy of the region, and I think it did that for many, many years. I think that we have to make reforms and improve what we're doing, but having this grant of $20,000 makes a real difference in our ability to be able to do that moving into the future. For years and years, the play was so successful, we donated money back to the cities in the region. And so we believe that this is something that is a positive thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ms. Lori Van Arsdale.
Thank you very much. I'm here for the same reason. I'm from the Ramona Bowl Board of Directors. I just want to point out a couple things. One is for that type of grant, we do offer equal value in tickets, so you get good value for your money. In addition to that, we've created a way to do mailers, and we would do a 20,000 household mailer for this with the City of Hemet's message and logo on that mailer that's promoting Ramona. So there's quite a few more ups and extras that we give for the sponsorship and donations. In addition to that, I want to tell you about something that we're doing down in Palm Springs. We got approved for Helen Hunt Jackson to have a star on the walk. I think it's called the Walk of Stars, not the Walk of Fame. Walk of Fame's in Hollywood. That will be April 16th at 3 o'clock. And then we're coming back to Hemet to do a celebration that night at 7 o'clock. Helen Hunt Jackson is an amazing woman who wrote this book, also changed the whole country's thoughts on Indian rights and was an Indian rights activist, but before that she was an incredible author. So we'd love to have all of you come, and we'd like to have a proclamation from you too, but we'd like to invite you and all the public to come down to Palm Springs at 3 o'clock, and then again we have an event at 7 o'clock, and we'll get more information to you on that event on April 16th. It's a Wednesday night. Okay?
Okay, thank you. Next, we will go into the speakers on item 16. This is the annexation item. We'll start with Kim Woolman, followed by Connie Coronado. Ms. Woolman?
Thank you for listening tonight to county individuals. For myself, I live in the county because I chose to be there, as you all chose to move to the city where you serve. And for me, that's an important part, and I want to stay with the county. And you can't hear me at all? Okay, is that any better? Yes. Okay. Okay, we'll go back. I chose to move to Riverside County for a very important reason. That's where I chose. And the problem I have when reading through the report, there's a lot of things that concern me. Where did these 1,500 people come from that signed this petition? And were they checked to make sure that they were adequately righteous to do this? There are so many things on this that doesn't seem appropriate. and right, and definitely needs a lot of consideration for the future.
All right, the next speaker is Connie Coronado, followed by Partita. Awesome. Roxanne, thank you.
Hello. Probably take the full 3 minutes, so I'm going to talk fast. First of all, let me say I've not come up here with my pitchfork, as some may think or have said. I've come here with my voice to voice my opinions and concerns. I was born and raised and lived here in the Valley for 51 years. My kids were born and raised in this Valley as well. I have previously lived in the city limits, and I currently own and live in an unincorporated area for 22 years. I, too, along with many others on both sides of this issue, love this Valley and its people, our community. However, we all know that there is a governance difference between the city limits and the county areas. We have seen it and felt it for many years. The city provided a proposal for additional staffing, which is the hot topic, I'm sure. The police department would add a total of 15 staff members, including 10 sworn officers, 5 non. The fire department, with the new revenue, would allow the city to fund a new two-person squad to attend to medical calls, plus 15 additional sworn personnel. The Public Works Department, in the proposed annexation area, there is approximately 123 miles of paved road, 1 mile of unpaved. The Public Works would only add an additional 5 staff members. The added staffing in all these areas is already needed within the city right now, before the annexation. The city would need those positions filled and then more. The revenue will not come fast enough in to fill the positions in a timely manner. And it will start to fall short because more positions will be needed to fill the gap. Those 1,089 signatures on a piece of paper did not speak for me or my family. It amazes me that that is all it took, 1,089 signatures, to speak for over approximately 20,000 people and make a change to their personal property. Personal properties that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Over 19,000 people did not have a say. Or maybe they did. They did not sign the petition. And it was not recorded that they did not sign a petition to be annexed. I was one of those people. I said no thank you, but it was not documented. Kind of backwards for property owner rights, if I would have to say so. If the application goes to LAFCO, I will be one of the registered voters and landowners who will be filing a written protest. State law indicates that if a written protest is filed by 25 to 50% of the registered voters, or any amount greater than that, then an election is to be called. That could be doable too, and the annexation would be scheduled for the vote. If the protest is less than 25% of voters of landowners, then the annexation is approved without election. If the protest is greater than 50% of the total registered voters, then the annexation is denied without an election. My hope is that this does not move forward, but if it does, I would hope that we would get greater than 50% in order to deny the annexation. The city of Hemet for many years has not been able to handle their own affairs and resources efficiently as it is. Adding additional responsibilities to the already increasing problems would be a detriment to those currently within the city limits as well as those of us annexed in. The mismanagement throughout the years within the city speaks for itself. Giving the city more to govern than it has proven itself inept does not help the community. More revenue does not fix the mess. Thank you.
Miss Roxanne Partita, followed by George Evans Jr.
Hi there. Can you hear me? Okay, I've never spoken in public, so it's going to be kind of messy. My name is Roxanne Partita. I live in the county. I've lived in the county for 40 years. I've lived in my home for 38 years. This annexation was started 30 years ago. We tore it down. Did not go through, and we're going to do it again. We do not want to be annexed. I don't know how much to make it any clearer. I feel that this is a money grab by whoever this Hemet United is. This is the first time I've ever heard of this. I never received a letter. I've received nothing. I know nothing about any petition being signed because I'd have been the first to say no, because I will fight. The city of Hemet can't even manage its own, and now you want to bring us in? You can't even manage traffic. Have you seen the traffic at Sanderson in Florida? What about In-N-Out Burger? And you want some of us? No. We don't want to be there. We do not want to be with you. You're trying to make us into a town of Temecula. We don't want to be Temecula. We bought in the county for a reason. We have travel trailers that the city doesn't allow. We have little trailers that are not allowed. We're allowed 4 dogs. City's allowed 3. I'm not getting rid of one of my animals for this. The city can't even manage to sync your traffic lights down Florida. You sit where the opposite lights go and the turn signals go. There's nobody there. You just sit. So I hate to tell you, but the drivers are getting very creative to get around it, unfortunately. The city of Hemet has called itself a slum. It is documented on there. We have a depressed town, and instead you've allowed these cement dividers down the things. We can't get to the businesses. So now you have to go around and flip a U-ey. That doesn't seem safe, but that's what you've done. This is making it more difficult for us to get to the businesses. Hemet residents were asked their social concerns. 78%, their concern was homelessness. Okay? The homelessness has risen 30%. Still there. The significant majority of the homeless are Hemet residents. What are you doing? What are you doing to stop that? Is there housing? Is there rehab? Is there drug rehab? Is there mental counseling? Is there anything? I've seen nothing. The residents' next concern was 40% housing and 40% poverty. 25% poverty rate in Hemet. What are you doing for these people? Are you giving them schooling? What do you do? You got to help these people. You can't expect the county to pick up this mess. We don't want it. We moved to the county for a reason, and we'd like to stay there. Crime has gone up 33%. Gun violence has gone up 31%, and the city's crime rate is 48% higher than the national level. We don't want it. If you can't fix your problems, we don't want to be annexed in. I don't want to say that.
Ma'am, that is 3 minutes.
Thank you. No on annexation.
Mr. George Evans Jr., followed by Ms. Robin Lowe.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. I want to thank the council for all your efforts. Some of you are extremely reachable to get things resolved in a really reputable manner. But I've lived in the county for 20 years now, and I don't understand why a mailer wasn't sent out to the annexation map area so all residents could have answered. Why is it only these 1,500 or whatever the number actually is that was reached out to? It sounds like it was a niche that they were trying to just get this to be on the agenda because apparently the council didn't propose it. But again, you're talking about annexing an area where you have three fire stations, Engine 26 on Stanford, Engine 5, Hemet City on Meridian, and then you have Engine 72 on Fairview, all within a 3-minute response time to their locals. Okay, so you're going to have to move Engine 5 or one of those engines to account for the area out on the outskirts. Talk of 5,000 homes going out in the orange groves. That's the last stands of agriculture that the history of this community was built on. And you're going to destroy it? Okay, 5,000 houses at an average of 4 persons per family is 20,000 people. Where's the infrastructure to handle this? You don't have the police. You don't have the fire. You canceled going with CAL FIRE 8 years ago, maybe a little longer. All right. You look, what is the benefit for the county residents to salvage the city's problems? I agree with what has already been stated. The streets are in disarray. They need to be handled. I think that the council really needs to address its own problems within the city boundaries and clean up the city. So then, yeah, maybe then we would entertain this. But what we're seeing right now, unfortunately, we don't want it. We don't want to bail the city out for its problems that it needs to resolve. Quit allowing dollar stores to come in here, discount stores, box stores that aren't the big box stores. You know, where are the reputable restaurants? They don't want to come here. Years ago, Red Lobster wanted to come here. They wanted to be on Florida. No, the council back then said, no, we want you on Stetson. Where's Red Lobster? They're not in Hemet. Again, it was said last night on that live feed that zoning won't change, but after it's annexed, zoning can change. So then the people who have farm animals and things like that and properties that they want to maintain their livestock, again, zoning will change. So again, I think this is a no vote. It should have been, if it was going to be recognized, a mailer should have been sent out by this unified group to every resident that's going to be affected in the county.
Sir, that's 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Robin Lowe is next, followed by Mr. Stephen Bertling.
Good evening, Council. I had the pleasure of being chairman of LAFCO when this came before us years ago. And the same arguments I'm hearing tonight, I heard before. Unfortunately, I would say the benefits of being in the city have not been, I don't think they've been exaggerated, but I don't think they've been explained either. And so I've talked to some people, my phone rang today, and a lot of people don't quite understand. And perhaps a workshop would be in order in the future if you decide not to move forward. However, as a former LAVCO member, this has always penciled. It's a benefit, bottom line, to the residents there. Unfortunately, emotion gets involved and it takes off. And so I might suggest that you, in the future, have a workshop with the people out there in the county before it's brought forward to agenda. I think it would answer a lot of their questions and their concerns. I do believe that it eventually will happen if you don't decide to move forward tonight. I do believe it's good for all concerned, and God bless you.
Mr. Stephen Bertling, followed by Miss Angela Scott.
All right, good evening, council, community, mayor. This is also my first time at anything like this, so I did make a couple of notes, but they were more lean towards questions as to what would happen. Me being a business owner of the Bertling Ranch, a local farmers market in the county, not in the city of Hemet, what would happen with business owners like ourselves? Would we be grandfathered in? Would we have to get new licenses, new permit fees, new farmers market fees? I mean, I've been hit with permits from producer certificates to broadcasting music licenses to run a farmer's market. So curious on that. 15, 20 years ago, even less, there's been the annexation that's been brought up before. Lots of development out in the area. Lots of roads to be paved. In this report, it says 124 miles. One of them's not paved. In Diamond Valley alone, there's at least 5 miles that are unpaved. I'm wondering if those would get paved, who would pay for them, and who would pay for the other 1 mile of road that's not paved now. Water lines, sewer lines, would we be required to connect to a sewer system? Would we be required to abandon our septic systems? All of this, and then who would pay for that? Because that's all a lot of money. Land use, they state it won't change. As of right now, my land use zoning is A1. On the map on attachment 8, it already shows we would be designated rural residential. So just curious on, as someone stated, once we are annexed, you know, there's the new general plan coming up in 2030 update. How would that go? Would we be zone changed there? Would we come into more high residential community development, things like that? Thanks for letting me speak. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Miss Angela Scott, followed by Natasha.
Hi, thank you for having me. This is also my first time speaking at one of these. I'm here to support my communities of Sage and to stick up for the wildlife that's in our community as well. I was born in the Hemet Hospital, and I've been in Sage for about 10 years. I like being out there, because Hemet's gotten quite busy and it's quite different than the 80s when I grew up here. But one of my concerns is I live a few miles up from where it's going to be annexed, and behind me is miles of building and land management land that has been designated for the kangaroo rats. And so I don't, I just found out about this last week, so I don't know what they have in store for that, but I assume it's tract homes, right? And because of the tract homes that have been built in Winchester, the coyote population has quadrupled where we're at. So it's just gonna keep pushing them, like where will the coyotes go, where will the bobcats go, and the kangaroo rats. Also, we only have one police officer. We had like a development wanting to come in, and the questions were, how are we gonna fix that issue because there's only one police officer for Sage, Awanga, Anza, and Idlewild, and the traffic is already pretty bad for the people going the back way to Temecula. So how is that going to affect the traffic? Like, what are they willing to put into the streets? And we also have a lot of problems with trash dumpers where they want to annex it in Sage. Like, it's a huge problem, but like the community comes together and picks up that trash, and we try to look out and stuff. So I just want to say I'm against the annexation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Natasha, followed by Marcy Murphy.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm going to jump around a little bit.
Can you speak in the mic,
Oh,
please?
sorry. Okay. I'm going to jump around a little bit, but in a nutshell, what I'm here for is more for information in order to make an informed decision. And I do not think that the City of Hemet has provided enough information to make an informed decision on the pros or cons, starting with the petition that was originally filed was back in 2020 for the consent for the petition to be circulated. An application hasn't even been submitted. And has the City of Hemet even verified if the original petitioner is still alive? And if that original petitioner is not alive, is this petition or the consent for the petition even valid for what's on the agenda tonight? So I don't know if there's been due diligence on the City of Hemet's part to verify if the petitioner is even with us anymore. And how will that affect, if that petitioner is not with us, how does that affect this whole process right now with the annexation? And then second, with the report of, I guess, if this does move forward and the City of Hemet, continues to proceed with exploring the annexation with the financial analysis, I'm concerned that there's not transparent communication. It says that there would be a surplus of over 14-point-something million, which is misleading because when you take into account the suggested 37 new employees, that I think accounts for 11.2 million, so it leaves 3 million. Then it's allocated 3 million for maintenance of roads, and like Steve Bertland mentioned, in the Diamond Valley area, there's more than 1 mile of unpaved road that's going to require paving, and that's only in the Diamond Valley area. In the analysis, you guys only mentioned 1 unpaved road. There's no mention of additional pavement. What is that going to cost to the city to maintain those paved roads in these rural areas, given the weight of tractors, trailers, etc.? I don't think that the city really has taken into account in their financial analysis really the understanding of a rural community and the impact and the cost of maintaining that community and the culture of that community. Along with, so let's take away that $3 million, that's for the maintenance. It was not reported what the liability insurance is going to be. So if you take the 14 million point whatever, take away the 11 for the expenditures for staffing, you're left with the $3 million, which now goes into the maintenance. You're left with $70,000. That does not take into account already the liability insurance. And then now, as of yesterday, CAL FIRE just updated their high fire risk map. If you overlay that map with the sphere of influence for the City of Hemet and what they want to bring in for the annexation, those two match up. Has the City of Hemet incorporated, again, this analysis is from 2022, we are 3 years in with the data looking different. Has the City of Hemet pulled those numbers to see the cost that it's going to take to maintain those high risk factors? And will you guys have enough resources to maintain a fire department to assist in those areas based on, again, the audit control from a few years ago where the city of Hemet was taken off of for a high risk. Areas that still were pending or not yet met approval was the pension, funding the pension, which the city of Hemet did create a trust to distribute, I think it's up to 15% of surplus revenue.
What was that? Ma'am, I think you're over your 3 minutes. Sorry, I missed
Am
the
I
alarm.
over? Okay. But
Thank you for your comments.
I just need more transparent communication in how Hemet's going to budget and, yeah, take care of the annexation. Thank you.
Ms. Marcy Murphy, followed by Chuck Benson.
A lot of what I had to say has been said by other members. I will go with the expense part right here. In 2010, an annexation was proposed for Hemet, and it was determined that it was a money loser for Hemet. The expense report from there, for this one, for 2559, says $11 million for staff. Back then, in 2010, it says $12.39 million. So how does that change with the cost of inflation over the past 15 years? And how does that affect what's going forward, and how is that report accurate? And then as far as the voters, the signatures that are on there, those are 3 years old as of March 31st, and it was certified on April 4th, and that is also 4 years old when it was submitted to, or 3 years old when it was submitted to LAFCO. And then in the last 19 hours, we have 421 citizens that have posted on or had joined the change.org and signed that petition. So that shows you right there, there's a lot of interest in not moving forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Chuck Benson, followed by Miss Lori Van Arsdale.
Hi, Council. My name is Chuck Benson, and just for information, my family came in 1910 to Hemet, and my grandpa was the first fire chief, and I was the first paramedic in Hemet. And I have a problem with this annexation of the area where I live, out on Gibble Road, because there's a lot of dirt roads out there, and it's never been even graded by the county. Anyway, I'd like to know how this 1,500 people that signed this, who were they? Where'd they come from? Who gave them, who talked to them? I had no idea where this came from. I was never asked anything. And Hemet City is having a lot of difficulties right now. Look at the homeless here in town. You need to take care of that. They're being dropped off daily. And, you know, what are you doing about this? Yesterday I saw a fight downtown. A man was beating the heck out of a girl. And the homeless is being unbelievable. Did you guys okay for everybody to get dropped off here? Roads in Hemet, potholes everywhere. Chambers has never been lined. There's roads that currently have been taken care of, and they're perfect roads. Why do you pick those roads, not the roads that really need to be picked on? The police department, you know, they're being stressed to the max. And how are you going to give them more people to take care of, more area? They can't do that. Same with the fire department. Give them one more crew for 911 response. That ain't going to happen. You need at least 3 or 4 more crews, even now, with the response that they're having. You need people to get out there and help people. And again, who was these 1,500 people who signed this petition that wants to annex all this property? And it's a big area. How can you do that? How can you maintain it? Right now, there's no way you can do that. The people that who signed this thing, I don't think they're real. I think they were made up. And I think that you need to look at this situation a lot better than what you're doing at, because it's not going to work. And I've lived in the county all my life. I lived in my house since '73 in the county, and I do not want to live in city limits, period. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker is Lori Van Arsdale, followed by James Phillips.
Thank you, Council. I do want to thank you for hearing us and for hearing this item tonight. I think it's important that all of this information get out, and you know, especially everybody's concerns are important. There's been many valid points here tonight, but there's been a lot of information that I think is not correct. For example, one gentleman talked about the fact that the city, it sounded like the city was proposing the Citrus Estates project, which it is not. And I think that is what riled up a lot of people in East Hemet. Some are here, some may not be, is because the county is able to go ahead and push through projects with very little information that comes down to the public. And that's what the people that I've talked to want to have, is some local control, so that when these kind of projects come up, you will have a representative on the council to go to, and the whole council to go to, but also you won't have to go all the way to Riverside, or things get decided like the homeless project that's out there that CityNet was doing out between the two mobile home parks, or just past the mobile home parks on Florida Avenue to the south, without any public input. And so now that there's been an uprising about it, they are backing off and trying to change the way it is, but it's still a homeless project adjacent to Senior Mobile Home Park. So I know that this has come before council a number of times. It came before council many, many years ago when I was there. And there's a lot of information that needs to be vetted, and it needs to be figured out, and would appreciate the city taking a good hard look at it to see if it makes sense, because there are some benefits to having the fact that the city and the county area is one, so that when we come before many things like grants, other things that are government issued, there's a bigger stronghold that you can take care of when it comes to validating why you deserve it. The other thing is the roads. City of Hemet has gone way beyond that they have in a long time in fixing roads. The county finally has been out there doing $14 million worth of work in the last 3 years, and we appreciate that, but that went not done for many, many years. So again, I hope that what you do is you gather good information, you have town hall meetings with everybody out there, and that we have people that can get their input in, and also be able to answer these questions quickly and with good solid facts, both from the county and from the city. And I appreciate you having this meeting once again.
Thank you, Ms. Van Arsdale. James Phillips, followed by Jenny Hess.
Hi, I had a nice prepared speech, but it's obvious that a lot of these people have no idea where to get information. All right, the original 1,500 signatures was paid for by the original Hemet United, and they were paid canvassers that went into the neighborhood and got those signatures. I have a copy of the petition that they submitted to the LAFCO. All right, and it took them twice to do that because of the number of that were ineligible. All right. At that time, the Hemet United, at least 3 of the board members were the very wealthy here in Hemet. Dr. Chaudhry, Eric Gosh, and who's the last guy here? Tim Moran, not Tim Moran, sorry, John Petty. All right. I believe that's why Hemet United is now Hemet Unified. All right, because obviously Dr. Chaudhry left a bad taste in a lot of people in this room's mouth. All right, especially with his mess with the hospital. All right, as far as why they decided to go to Sage and try and annex out there, the reason is because Chaudhry is also trying to build a 440-acre development at Mesa and East Benton. All right, in addition, all right, so between that, the Galway petition, and they'll have a nice corridor all the way through into Temecula, into wine country. All right, there's a reason why they want this particular thing to go through. All right, they're developers. They intend to make money off of this, and they're not they're not going to back off until they get something passed, all right? That's why in the petition that they said this must go to LAFCO, you guys are cut out of the loop. They're not even allowing you to speak other than at the LAFCO meeting. They said that the presentation will be all done by Hammett Unified. You know, it says specifically right in their petition, and the only thing they want from you are numbers, right? So they are going to make their own presentation and hope that that goes through. Those 1,500 were paid. That's nonsense, all right? As far as the area itself, that's been since 2022, I believe. I was at one time president of the Sage Community Council. We had to get this from a totally different source, all of this information, because it wasn't provided to anybody in Sage that's outside of the actual annexation area. All right, that's an unincorporated area and is in the master plan for Riverside County. That's nonsense, right? If these guys, you know, if these three wealthy people decide that they can run Hemet, let them run for office, all right? Thank you.
Next speaker is Miss Jenny Hess, followed by Joseph Scarafone.
First of all, thank you for your service and for your time and for the very timely prayer, because I think being calm and mutually respectful is a little hard when people are feeling under attack. I've lived here for 2 years. Next week, I deliberately chose to move here, but I did spend 25 years in a community in unincorporated Ventura County battling annexation into the city of Thousand Oaks. So what I learned through that process is it's very lengthy. There's a lot of information, and you really don't know anything until you sit down and you talk about it. So on that note, I discovered this at midnight. I learned what I could until 2. I'm running on maybe 9 waking hours dealing with this information. So I appreciate the mayor's proposal to have heard us tonight, and then for you to take the responsibility to take all of this input back and think about it thoughtfully. I think that was a good plan. Because I don't even know how I feel about it yet, because I don't have any of the information. And social media told me today that a lot of people have a lot of questions, a lot of answers, and they have a lot of bad experiences that need to be talked about. This needs town halls, it needs a committee. There's just too many Q&As. Some of the stuff that I saw today, address change. This is an elderly, aging community. I don't even want to tell you the experience of explaining to my husband we weren't going to have a landline anymore, right? So this is small things, but there's large things too. I love my trash people. I come from LA. Street sweeping is a scam. I have PTSD from it. I like to sweep my own gutters. There's a lot of little details. There's also big ones. There is some positive. Our income per capita would rise, our demographic would rise, and we would have better options, because I was not here for the Chick-fil-A pop-up. We need healthier options for our community. The numbers in the proposal are outdated, and they're rather minimalistic for such an important topic. I'm going to need more than a couple quick and dirty Excel sheets to make a decision about something like this. So this is going to require some deliberate, transparent, thoughtful conversation, and again, to the mayor's point, with all of the stakeholders, because there's new people, there's older people. I haven't lived here since 1910, but I really do love it like I did, right? So you need to take advantage of what all of the stakeholders have to say. If you don't take the time to have those deliberate, thoughtful conversations, this is just going to fall down again at LAFCO, and from what I've heard and what I've seen, it's going to die and revive and die and revive, and there's no point to that. Just have the conversations you need to have now. A lot of people are clearly against it. Again, I'm on the fence. I don't know everything I need to know. I just know that I need to know more. So I appreciate your time, and I hope you do consider approaching this entire situation in a little bit more organized and transparent fashion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Joseph Scarafone, followed by Sean Murphy.
Hello, my name's Joe Scarafone. I live in Val Vista. This is page 113 through 136 of the 450-page HIMMT budget, which is on their website for fiscal year 24, June 24 through 25. The city has fallen short on its budget, really missed the mark last year. I'm not sure how much reliance we can place on any of your forecasts. For example, year ended June 30, 2024, the council estimated 148 million revenue, but only came in at 97 million. Similarly, council initially forecast 220 million in expenditures, but came in at 101 million. Either way, the council estimated and realized more expenditures than revenue in 2024. In the current year, council is estimating 140 million revenue and 143 million expenditures, better than last year, but still deficit spending. And I also don't have confidence in these estimates given the big misses last year's. These are initial impressions, as I only found out about this last night from my wife, who was on Facebook. And I'm going to need to further examine the budget to really get an idea. But to me, it really seems like they've just completely given poor estimates and budget calculations, and it's just really converging on deterioration in the fund balance. And I see it like a lot of people do as a land grab for revenue, and the developers who want to have local control over local politicians so they can build stuff that nobody wants. And as far as the citrus development's concerned, I believe we've kind of shut that down. But like that would be insanity, because I live in Val Vista and 6,000 homes out there. I mean, are you kidding me? There's no way you're going to move that kind of traffic. It's already bumper to bumper. When I moved here in '96, it took me 27 minutes, 30 minutes maybe, to get from here to Temecula to work. Now it's, in traffic, it's an hour and 40 minutes sometimes. It takes me 40 minutes to get to the freeway on a bad day. On a good day, it's 20 minutes. So to me, it's just really a land grab. And I wasn't notified. Nobody sent me a letter. And so without knowing the law and what your requirements are you opening yourselves up for some sort of legal action? I don't know. And I thank you for letting me speak. And I think you're going to hear a lot more about this from everybody. I'd like to organize protests, as we did when they tried to subcontract out the police department and the fire department. We were ganged up out here on the streets. Everybody came out. And if anybody wants to join me, my email is joescarafoni@hotmail.com, or you can talk to me in the back. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is Sean Murphy, followed
Council.
by Dennis Fuller.
Good evening, Council. Thanks for being here tonight. This is a very important topic for sure. I've been in the Valley, worked in the Valley for 20 plus years, and I think it's very important for us to hear all sides and get that information so that the unincorporated areas and the city can make an informed decision, so that we can find out what's best for everybody, so we can have a plan to unite this whole valley. Thank you.
Thank you. Last speaker on the annexation matter is Dennis Fuller.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Dennis Fuller. I was born and raised in this town 51 years ago. I've seen it go up and down, and right now it's down. Hemet can't even take care of its own streets, let alone the homeless, the crime that goes around. Being born and raised in this town, from the generation I'm from, that's sad. That is completely sad. Everybody in this room should be completely sad about that. I don't know why. So do you think I want that, being in the annexed area? I live up off of Gibble Road up by Chuck. Chuck's my wife's uncle. It's ridiculous that you guys would even think about bringing this in, and to have more homes out in Vala Vista, and then supposedly I don't know if anybody knows, they're gonna try and push Gibble all the way through to Fairview. Do you guys even know how much money infrastructure like that costs? I build schools for a living. That's what I do. It costs millions and millions and millions of dollars that this city does not have. Like, you guys have no clue the housing that they're putting in, what it costs. Some of you guys might, but it's unreal. So to have all these new homes go in and then to bring us in to help bail you guys out, that's ridiculous. I feel you guys are going down a bad road with this completely. You guys need to clean out your closets, get this town back to where it needs to be, where it was years ago, why everybody here came to this town, loved this town, That's the reason we're all here, because we care about it, but we want to take a look at it and make sure it's going in the right direction. It's not. We have small businesses. I have business friends that own town, or businesses here in the town. Those guys, they do everything they can to beautify the town, but then code enforcement comes and busts them, you know, and tells them they can't go out there weed whack, they can't put rock down, they can't do this. But then you go to AM/PM, that's by Lowe's, their sign's been down for the last 2 months, I think it has. Really? You know, but we allow that. Come on, you guys. Time to wake up. You know, you need to, like I say, clean out your closet and start looking at what's going on in this town itself. So, thank you guys. I appreciate your time.
Mayor, the remaining comments are for items not on the agenda. So we have Terry Learned. The next speaker will be Candace Mann.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I just want to go over our kids fishing tournament that we're having, and it's going to be on the 31st of May. So if there are kids out there that would like to come out to a free event for them, go ahead and contact the Greater San Luciano Valley Chamber of Commerce, and they will get your child registered. We are limiting how many kids, because last year we had just a lot of kids. So I think we're going to be limiting it to like 200 kids. We had almost 150 last year, and it was really fantastic. It was really good. Kids really enjoyed it. We've got a lot of stuff, a lot of prizes, a lot of marked fish. If you get marked fish, then you get another prize. So we had our fundraiser last weekend. It was last weekend, and it was very successful. We had all-you-can-eat tri-tip. We had members of the city council here. We even had people that bought tickets but couldn't come. Thank you, Chief Sells. But it's going to be a great time, and again, that is at the 31st of May from 7. That's when the registration starts till 1 p.m. So that's when the fish are going to be biting. And I think real quick on this annexation, it looks like you guys were blindsided too by this. So, you know, it's unfair that everybody's blaming you guys and you're not even behind that. So people need to get their facts straight, know who they're going to complain and gripe to, because it makes no sense for the city council, because the tax revenue from the annexed land from Riverside, the city only gets 25%. The county of Riverside gets 75%. So it doesn't make sense for them to go ahead and you guys to go ahead and try to annex those areas. And I think it's just the good old boys from before are still out there trying to put in what they want to have for Hemet instead of having it done by the people. So I just say get your facts straight. Florida Avenue is a state-owned property. It's governed by the state. They do all the road maintenance, and they put up the median. It wasn't the city council. I was here when the city council was trying to fight that tooth and nail, and we couldn't because they were going to withhold funds. So direct your anger to the right people and not at the city council. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Candace Mann. I'm not seeing a Candace Mann. Tammy Parker. Are you Tammy Parker?
Zoom.
Okay, we'll ask the city clerk to confirm if this is a telephonic meeting.
So under our protocols, Zoom is only activated when a council member is not present. So under AB 2449, because all the council are present tonight, we are not activating Zoom teleconference.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Next speaker is Carl Barker.
Yes, I'm Carl Barker, and I bought my property in Hemet in the county 40 years ago, because I don't want to live in the city, and none of my neighbors want to live in the city. But the reason I didn't want to live in the city when I bought my property was because of what happened on State Street at that horse ranch. And I don't want to see that happen to the rest of the county. And everything else has just about been said. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Roy Fales.
Good evening, my esteemed friends. Hi, my name is Roy Michael. I've lived in Hemet for about 10 years. I would like to talk to you about the Newland-Simpson Road project, which sounds like they would be doing work on Simpson Road. Sorely needed work. However, the name the developer gave the project was in itself misleading. Excuse me. The project should have been called, please bear with me because it's going to be a long name, it should be called the Massive Warehouse Project that would require a zoning change, and the Planning Commission voted down with over 2,000 vehicle trips a day on an already overused road for its size, being mostly 2 lanes and a 2-lane bridge to Domenigi Parkway that would be easily blocked by as little as 3 semis, bringing noise and diesel fumes, and where the people living nearby in a beautiful newer housing complex were not given significant notification of the NOP meeting, where virtually no one from the housing development showed because they didn't know about it. It only drew about 13 letters stating its suitability because it sounded like a road improvement and did not mention warehouses until you got 160 plus words into the description showing what developers were trying to pull, knowing the city of Hemet would have to spend millions in road repair and upgrades costing many more millions more than the city would ever receive from any project like that, and the developers declined to pay any of that. But alas, that would be too long a name for a simple road project. I do want to commend the city council, especially Stephen Graham, regarding their proposal on not requiring press passes to be issued by the city. I read through the entire revised proposal, did not see anything that I or many others would object to. Well done. Enjoy your evening. Thank you.
Next, we have Larry Blair.
I yield my time to
Commander Mick. You have the last word.
Do I get 6 minutes?
You get 6 minutes, sir.
Sweet.
You don't have to use all 6 minutes.
Yeah, you all get to listen to my voice now. This is my first time talking since the last time I was up here talking. I am here for 16C. I just, in my defense, I forgot to put it on there. So I'm going to start with thanking the city attorney. We had that unauthorized bingo going on in Hemet, and it was handled. And now at the American Legion Post, turnout is increasing week by week with people looking for a good bingo game. So if anyone behind me likes to play bingo Mondays and Tuesdays, American Legion Post, we have big winners. The American Legion Post 53, 124 North Ramona Street, deep in the heart of Hemet. I'd also like to say that we have our Friday night dinners from 5 to 7 p.m. They are open to the public. This Friday, if you buy a dinner for the cost of $10, you're automatically entered to win a raffle of $25, and you don't need to be present. Just put your name and phone number on the ticket, and when it's drawn, you'll be called. They changed it. The flyer said 10. I'm not going to correct the mayor. I promise. On May 3rd, we're having the First Responders Dinner, where we are recognizing a firefighter from Hemet, Cal Fire out in East Hemet, and San Jacinto Fire Department, as well as a Hemet police officer, a sheriff from East Hemet, and a sheriff from the San Jacinto station. If I can get a hold of Highway Patrol, we're going to get them in there too. I will be back trying to get the city to buy 15 tickets so that you can hand out to everyone. The only one we are comping are the recipients and their spouse and the 6 heads of those agencies. Everyone else is buying a ticket, including me, so my wife's upset. Finally, with this grant, we need the money. This windstorm that came through took tiles off of our roof. And before we could get them repaired, we had the rains. And now our seating area for our dining room, we're going to need to replace about 25 tiles in there. Besides, check the wood, make sure there's no mold up there, and get that roof redone. We're also fighting with our solar company, who's no longer in business. We're trying to invalidate the contract. Because when the contract was signed, we are a commercial building. They put on residential system with a residential inverter. Every November, we have been paying $8,000 to PG&E to catch up on our electric bill because we are so undersized. We are only producing 40% of our usage. We need our windows replaced because I think those windows are the same ones that were installed on that building, and we've been in this city since 1919. That building was moved from March Air Base. The American Legion members took it down board by board, numbered it, train tracked it across Riverside County, and rebuilt it right there where it now stands since 1947. But it also needs a paint job because that paint job is about 40 years old. So there are so many things that we need right now. We're also going to be working with the county on this, with Congressman Ruiz on this. But every penny you give us, we can appreciate because we're not going to waste it. There is so much that needs to be done to that building. And it allows us, as a veteran service organization, to support these community members who supported us while we served. And that's our major goal. We're not the oldest veteran service organization in this country, but we are the largest. So I thank you for all of that. And as a Winchester resident, I hope this doesn't destroy it. Please don't hem at my Winchester.
Mayor, that concludes public comment.
We will now move to the receive and file report. Council, do you have any questions or comments on the budget adjustments? Is that a yes, no?
No.
No. You good, Carol? Okay. We will receive and file the report. We will now move to the consent calendar. All consent calendar items will be acted upon simultaneously unless requested by an individual council member for separate consideration. Are there any members of the council that would like to pull any consent items for separate consideration? Councilmember Krupa?
Yes, I'd like to pull 15G, 15H, and just make a comment on 15E. So it's E, G, and H.
Anyone else?
Mayor, we're going to check on one item that may need an adjustment. Yes.
Is that okay? Okay.
15I, I just got a question on.
15I? Okay. Can I have a motion to approve the items? Oh, you're still,
Did you have anything?
I just need some more information on 15F, if we can pull that.
15, I didn't catch. What is that?
15.
And I'd like to pull 15B.
Which one?
B?
B.
can I have a motion to approve the remaining items?
I'll make a motion.
And a second?
Second.
City Clerk, may we have a roll call?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick, second by Councilmember Krupa. We'll do a roll call, and that's to approve the consent calendar with the removal of items B, E, F, G, H, and I for separate consideration.
Did you get B in there?
B, yes. We'll do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Males.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0. Moving on to 15B.
I did have a question that I posed. I didn't get a response to that, but I know that previously for these 4 tracks that when I had driven through, when 3 of them were completed and 1 was under construction, there were no internal stop signs. Has that been confirmed that we have all the stop signs? Because I know.
Yes, it has.
Okay.
We had a signing and striping plan that was approved and then inspected.
Okay, and then with the subdivision improvement agreement, whose responsibility was that to get recorded? Was that the developer or the city's responsibility at that time? I know that was prior to you, Noah, but.
Yeah, ultimately it would have been the city's responsibility. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So I'll make a motion to approve 15B.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick, second by Councilmember Males. We'll do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Males.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0. Moving on to 15E.
Oh.
That would be you.
That
That would be.
that would be me. I was looking at that and going, did I pull that? The only thing I want to comment on is the wording of the last 3 sentences there that says authorize the mayor and the city manager to take all actions necessary to implement the agreement. And authorizing the mayor to do that is something that we've never done in the past.
I question that too.
Yes. So
Well, you could do it, but
the short answer to that question is the document that we need signed has a signature block for the mayor as well as the city manager. This would allow us to complete that.
okay.
In
So
conformance
Jackie,
with the
go
document.
ahead.
It's a Caltrans requirement on their agreements for some reason.
Thank you. That was what I needed to know. And with that, I will move approval.
I'll second that.
I have a motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Lodge. We're going to do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Males.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0. Moving on to 15F.
On 15F, my concern is just on who is going to pay for this road repairs or road structures. Is that a city responsibility, or is that
So
coming from the county? Oh, I'm sorry.
so right now there is about 19 million in TUMP funds that's allocated to the Warren Road alignment. So majority
So
would come from
It's
there.
just coming from TUMP, not at Measure A or SB1? Or
No, right now, no. A portion of the design is coming from our diff, our street diffs, and then the majority is coming from the TUMP. And then when we go into construction, it'll come from TUMP, and then depending on the cost at that time, we may need additional funds for the entirety of it, but we could probably phase it.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had. Just
Okay.
Julian, I had a couple questions. So there was this item was brought up a lot during the public comment. And so when was CIP 2421 approved in the CIP budget?
Do you know when that was it approved during the summer? Okay, the number hasn't been approved yet, so, but I think it was to be determined it was to be determined in the CIP that was adopted this summer.
So it's a new CIP project okay.
Yeah.
I guess some of the concern I have is what the public brought up. I mean, especially if it's a new CIP that's probably, it like I said, coming up at the point that it does, it kind of makes me pause. Is there any more background that you have to that on what triggered that to come onto the CIP list?
So this is something that I had requested in the zone tip for TUP last year. And so we entered into the agreement for $1 million for the design through council action a few months ago, and now we're bringing forward, we went out for proposals for the design, and now we're bringing forward an award for the design.
Okay. With the project that was mentioned before, they would have their own requirements to pay their portion of whatever that cost was into DIF and TUMF and those types of obligations, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you. So I'll go ahead and make a motion to pass, darn it, where is it? 15F.
I'll second that.
I have a motion by Councilmember Mail, second by Councilmember Lodge. We're going to do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa?
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge?
Yes.
Councilmember Mails?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick?
Yes.
Mayor Peterson?
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0. Moving on to 15G.
Yes, that is mine, and I'd just like a little bit of follow-up information on how successful the Little League baseball and softball at Gibble Park, or not at Gibble Park, at Brubaker Park has been.
We have the Hemet Little League president here this evening, and I'm going to invite him up to share some of their successes with you.
Okay.
Go Lucas.
Good evening,
Good evening.
Mayor, Council. So, going into the contract starting last year, we had essentially 60 days from the time the contract was executed to the first pitch going out. We started last year in spring with 394 registrations between baseball, softball, and our Challenger Division program, which is dedicated to the children with special needs. We followed spring up with fall with a total of 502 registrations. And then this spring we were at 510 registrations. So the number's growing. Lights on the field, all the work that's been going into it. We are slated this year to host the 10U sectional tournament for Little League at our fields. Next year we're possibly slated for the girls 10U state championship tournament for softball, which is still in the works on that one. So, I mean, the Little League board's plan is to grow year over year. I mean, obviously that's everybody's plan, but I mean, we've done a pretty good job with executing that initial plan from day one, so.
Thank you. I know several of us were out there on Saturday cheering on the opening pitch that our mayor did extremely well.
Threw a liner. Threw a liner right in there.
I don't know about that.
It was a great day, and the kids and families were enjoying it, and I just wanted to bring you up here just to share the good news of what you are doing with the kids and the development of Brubaker Park.
It's
definitely.
beautiful. It really is.
Definitely. I see you have one of your players here.
Yeah, we got Gavin over
Take
there.
a bow.
Hey, Gavin.
Did you win? Okay.
Alrighty. Thank you.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions or comments, I will move approval of this item.
I'll second that.
I have a motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Lodge. Do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Mails.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0. Moving on to 15H.
Yes, that is mine also. And my only questions on this, because I understand all of the stuff with the redevelopment and the successor agency, but exactly where are these two parcels located? We have APN numbers, but that doesn't tell me anything. And even going to the county, I couldn't find the exact location or even a general location other than they're in Hemet. So if anybody on staff could give me an idea where they are?
Yes, council member. We did ask GIS to produce a map, and I apologize because my office prepared this item, and we have a standing order that we don't send forward things without cross streets at least and general directions, and we failed to meet that standard on this one, so I apologize, council member. The cross streets are Thornton and State. It's two large parcels on the southeast corner of Thornton and State.
Okay. Know exactly where it is.
Yes.
Okay.
And we will include those identifications and maps on future agenda items.
Appreciate that very much.
There's one other note that I
Okay.
wanted to make on this one. The resolution in the whereas clauses makes reference to an Exhibit A. We ultimately decided not to attach the Exhibit A. It's the title report. So I recommend that the resolution be approved with the as amended by removing the reference to Exhibit A. And we will include the mayor's name. I think her line was blank. So make those two small revisions to the reso. Thank you.
Very good. If there are no more questions or comments on that, I would move approval with the amendment as stated by city attorney.
I'll second that.
I have a motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Lodge. We're going to do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Males.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes as amended. 15I.
Yeah, I just got one quick question on that.
Good evening, yes, sir.
On the discussion, it says major machinery and equipment. What do we buy?
Great question. So we have two brand-new KME fire engines that are actually 2 years late. And so we've been buying incremental equipment to actually fully furnish those two fire engines. So the Jaws of Life and other things like that, including turnout gear for our 6 new firefighters, which I actually got a great report today from HR that we have 360 applicants for the firefighter EMT recruitment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, then I'm glad I called you up.
Thank you.
Cool.
Do you have any expectations on when the fire trucks will be in? They're 2 years late.
That's a great question. The last thing we
2028,
heard from the vendor is October.
Oh, this October?
Yes.
Is there a
Both
squad
of them?
involved?
Both of them?
Both of them, yes.
Is there a squad involved?
We're also getting a medic patrol vehicle, which will be an off-road capability vehicle, and that's also going to be around the fall.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. Look forward to it.
Yes, sir. Yep.
And a Quint.
And a Quint, which is a ladder truck that has water and a pump capacity. That unfortunately is also delayed, but fire departments across the country are dealing with the same thing right now.
I think, what is the lead time now, like on ordering? Is it, what, 3.5, 4 years?
It is about 4 to 5 years now if you want a ladder truck, and 3 to 4 years for a fire engine.
Wow.
Yes.
And probably $1 million more.
Yeah, easily.
Yeah. How many gallons that ladder truck hold?
The ladder truck is 300 gallons, so normally a fire engine has 500, so that's not, its mission is going to be to do both. It also has a 100-foot aerial ladder, so that gives us some capacity to have additional water on scene, which is good.
Okay.
But most fire engines have 500 gallons of water.
Thank you.
What's the four-wheel drive going to carry?
So the four-wheel drive is actually going to be one of our paramedic squads. Right. So it'll have ALS paramedic equipment on it, but also have the capacity to go off-road and fight some quick attack brush fires, much like what was mentioned earlier. Clearly Hemet is surrounded by wildland urban interface, so we want to make sure that we have vehicles that can go out there and keep a fire small.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I approve 15I.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
I have a motion by Councilmember Lodge, second by Councilmember Males. We'll do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Males.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
We will now move to the discussion items. Item 16A, can we have a report from staff on this item?
Gladly, Mayor. This is a staff report that I'm proud of. I want to also give some credit to my staff. Before we get started, I just wanted to announce that we received the most applications for any boards or commission recruitment since I've been here through, additional efforts of marketing. So I wanted to shout out them and also to the council and city manager's office for additional efforts in advertising. With that said, we received 24 qualified applicants. We actually received beyond that. some from the unincorporated areas, actually in East Hemet, and some, further beyond those limits in the sphere of outside the sphere of influence. So with that said, tonight we have consideration of appointments for the Planning Commission. We had Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick and Mayor Peterson interview a select amount of candidates to determine the best qualified candidates to fill vacancies that will expire 4 years from today, which will be on April 1st, 2029. And those members that were determined to be best filled for these seats are Connie Clark to fill seat 1 and Gabriel Viramontes to fill seat 2. And so for tonight's consideration, these are the nominated folks that are for City Council approval. So the motion would be to appoint Gabriel Viramontes to fill seat 1, and then also recommend Connie Clark to fill seat, fill seat 1, and Gabriel Viramontes to fill seat 2, to fill a 4-year term until April 1st, 2029. That's my short report, Mayor.
Thank you for the staff presentation. Council, do you have any comments or questions?
I do have some comments. So in addition to thanking staff for this recruitment, I want to thank the community. Having that many applications come in is just very heartwarming to someone that's given up their life for public service. And when I left as an employee, I served on the Infrastructure Commission here. It really means a lot when you give up your time to do work for the city and help the city. So I encourage everyone to continue to put in your applications. I do want to commend our two selections. Ms. Clark has served on the Planning Commission, and she has brought such attention to detail and has really shown that she reads every single page and really does her research. So I just want to commend Ms. Clark for her dedication to serving on the Planning Commission. It is a commitment, and I do appreciate that she takes it seriously. And I do want to congratulate Gabriel once we get through the vote here. And I definitely wish you well, and definitely lean on the rest of the commissioners. It's definitely a learning curve, but Planning Commission's a lot of fun. So just congratulations and thank you.
And I would like to comment on Gabriel also. He was my selection, and it's an example of you can't judge a book by its cover. I looked at his resume and I'm like, like this. But I want to hear what a younger person has to say. He's in the community. He has a young family. He really cares about Hemet. He wants to see it grow, and he wants to give more input on improving it. And I would like to give him a special shout out for mentioning Hemet Rises without any solicitation from us. He did his homework. So he knew what Hemet Rises was. He watched the Planning Commission meetings. He knew what the Planning Commission was about, whereas some of the other candidates came in blind. And he really impressed us with his knowledge and his background and his research. And I know that he will do a great job. So thank you.
And he's applied several times. Just keep trying. That's how I got my job at the City of Hemet. I kept applying, and I think they just got tired of interviewing me.
And he did apply before. He had come before us before and was not selected. And that shows that he really does care, because he came back again. He didn't give up. So we thank you for that. So can I have a motion to approve this item?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
City Clerk, may we have a roll call?
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick, second by Councilmember Males. We'll do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Males.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Can we have a report from staff for item 16B?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, and the community. I'm Monique Alanis Flater, Community Development Director. This evening, I will present a very brief general plan progress report overview. So every city and county in California is required to have an adopted general plan to guide the long-term development of the community, prepared in accordance with statutory requirements. The City of Hemet General Plan establishes the fundamental policy framework to guide decisions related to land use and development, public services and facilities, public safety, resource management, recreation, culture, and the overall health and quality of the life and the community. There are 11 elements in our general plan. That is land use, community design, circulation, community services and infrastructure, public safety, open space and conservation, recreations and trails, historic resources, art and culture, the housing element, and the recently adopted environmental justice element. The wrong way again. State law requires the city to submit an annual progress report on the general plan to the City Council and the Governor's Office of Planning and Research and the Housing and Community Development Department. The main purpose of this report is a periodic review of the city's progress in meeting the general plan vision to grant the City Council an opportunity to adjust or modify its policies approach and to ensure the city meets its stated goals. So the overall report is comprised, and it is outlined in the staff report. It is available to the public for review. It is comprised of the purpose of the general plan, adopted general plan amendments since the adoption of the general plan from 2012, proposed general plan amendments or approved general plan amendments, our community profile, our housing element progress, and implementation programs currently underway, as well as proposed continuing programs for the next fiscal year. Again, I'm going the wrong way, so I'm sorry. Okay, more recently, the city has adopted the 3 elements in the general plan. There was an update to the public safety element, as well as the passage of the new environmental justice element in accordance with Senate Bill 1000, as well as the housing element. All those were adopted in 2024. The city also received certification of the city's housing element by California Department of Housing and Community Development. So these are just the 3 state updates. And so as part of that, this requires annual reporting and compliance. Included in our housing element is our regional housing needs, which serves as a guide for implementing the policies by state law in determining future housing needs, establishes goals and policies, as well as demonstrating the capacity to accommodate regional housing needs allocation for the city. So we were allocated 6,466 residential housing units to be planned in the city. Right now, we are trending towards we're trending upwards in construction of new homes. However, what we are in need of is more affordable housing. We do have the Palm Communities development that was recently approved, which is really good news for the city.
Monique, on Palm Communities, what category would they fall under on the last slide?
Yes, Palm Communities would fall under the very low income categories. So since 2021, the city has constructed, oh gosh, I'm trying to look at, I can't read that, but it's quite a, we've over 1,400, if I'm looking at it. I'm going to cheat, 1,446 units of residential that we've actually built. That does not include what's also under construction currently now and planned in the pipeline. So I'm going to change the slide. Right now, we're on an upward swing right now of construction. We currently have 5,494 units pending that are entitled or in different stages of the development pipeline. With that, this concludes my presentation. It is respectfully recommended that the City Council adopt the resolution of the City Council of the City of Hemet, California, approving the 2024 General Plan Annual Progress Report and directs submittal of the report to the Governor's Office of Planning and Research and the State Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD. Thank you.
Thank you for your staff presentation. Council, do you have any comments or questions?
Just something real quick on the housing. Do we have any future, anything on home ownership? We're building a lot of houses, but the houses are costly now. We just raised something for another entity that raises the cost of our houses now. I'm not sure if it was WRCOG or the other entity, but I know the county has a $100,000 first-time homeowners program. Does the city have anything like that, or have we thought of coming up with something like that instead of, you know, focusing on rentals? Let's focus on young people, young families buying homes and giving them an incentive to buy.
Yes, I know that Riverside County Housing Authority has allocated a certain amount of money for the City of Hemet, for City of Hemet residents' first-time home buyers program.
So that money's allocated to Hemet then?
Yes.
How much is allocated?
I don't have that number at this time. I could follow
Are
up
we
with you on that.
advertising that? Are we letting
certainly
people know
can.
about it?
We will certainly do that. And
Someone's
that's,
nodding their head no over there. So
yeah, so we have we've tried to promote it, and we provide that information to the public, but we can certainly do a better job and provide that information on social media and other platforms.
okay, let's do that if we can.
Anyone else?
I just have one comment. I very much appreciate staff bringing this forward prior to the April 1st deadline. Yeah, I'm struggling with that myself. But with that, I would like to make a motion to adopt the resolution approving the 2024 General Plan Annual Progress Report and direct submittal of the report to the Governor's Office of Planning and Research and the State Department of Housing and Community Development.
I'll second.
City Clerk, may we have a roll call?
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick, second by Councilmember Males. We'll do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Males.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Good job, Monique. Thank you.
Can we have a report from staff for item 16C?
Yes, Mayor and City Council, good evening. I'm going to briefly introduce this, but we have with us today our Procurement Administrator, Candace Sons, from our Administrative Services Department, who will be presenting on this. A couple of meetings ago, Councilmember Males indicated that the Valley Pantry had not applied for CDBG funding earlier this year, and had asked that we come back and provide some consideration for an allocation to the community pantry. And I indicated that night that the council had appropriated $100,000 in the current fiscal year for what was anticipated to be the development and framework for a nonprofit grant program. Due to a busy fall, that program wasn't ready, in time for a January launch. But with the inspiration of that request, we've worked on that. We worked with the council ad hoc, and tonight Candace is going to present on that, as well as some considerations with allocations of the current year funding. But the program we're describing is looking forward into the next year, next fiscal year.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me okay? There we go. All right, so as Mark mentioned, I'm going to go over the guidelines that we have put together for the Community Funding Grant Program. Make sure I know how to use this little gadget here. So the purpose of this program is to provide financial assistance to help fund community events, projects, and programmatic services that benefit Hemet residents. Funding is intended to augment the efforts of nonprofit organizations, and the city encourages a goal of self-sufficiency for all initiatives funded by this program. So we don't want somebody to become reliant on this funding. To be eligible to apply for this program, you have to be tax exempt. Oh, sorry, forgot to change the screen. A nonprofit organization with a 501c3 status in good standing with the state of California. Provide a project, program, event, or service that benefits Hemet residents. The community events must be publicly advertised and open to the public, and applicants must maintain appropriate insurance coverage as determined by the city. The City Council draft fiscal year 25-26 budget includes $100,000 for a nonprofit grant program. And of those funds, we are recommending a minimum grant request of $2,500 and a maximum of $20,000. Applications will become available at City Hall and on the city's website on July 14th. And the submittal deadline will be September 15th. Applications are to be submitted by email to me. Any incomplete or late applications may not be considered. There will be a 3-part review process. The initial screening will come to the procurement administrator, myself, to check the applications for completeness and eligibility. All eligible applications will then be passed down to the Business Ad Hoc Committee, who will evaluate those applications based on the guidelines and community needs. The funding decision, so the Ad Hoc Committee will then make their recommendation to the City Council for approval, and the City Council will make the final decision on which projects, events, and services will receive financial assistance. There are also some post-award requirements. Recipients must submit a final report detailing the use of funds and the outcomes of the project, event, or service within 30 days of completion. Recipients must acknowledge the City of Hemet's support in all promotional materials and reports, and any deviations from the proposed scope of work must be approved in writing by the city manager or authorized by the City Council. That brings us into our fiscal year 24-25 funds that Mark is going to speak about.
Thank you, Candace. So in the course of developing this framework and receiving feedback from our council ad hoc, there was discussion related to the initial community pantry request. And you may recall that in addition to that, Valley Restart had sent the city an email indicating that they had traditionally received some funding from CDBG that was not awarded this year and had requested some consideration. And from that conversation grew a larger conversation about what to do with the existing appropriation and how to potentially help our nonprofit community. So our ad hoc committee is recommending the following allocations out of the current year budget. This is the Valley Community Pantry, Ramona Bowl, American Legion, Valley Restart, My City Youth, and the Rose of Sharon. There are options available to the council, so we've provided this in the staff report. As an alternative to this, you could consider some form of an accelerated application process through the remainder of this fiscal year, but this is the recommendation of the ad hoc, and the funding is in this year's budget. We're happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. My question, actually it's more of a comment, is on the review process for the 25-26 annual budget requesting, and that, I'm going to say this, I'd like an extra layer of government in this process. And besides the business ad hoc committee being in the review process, that to add the arts and culture ad hoc, because some of the things coming in may be related totally, they may be new and related to arts and culture that haven't been established in the community before, and to have additional input by the arts community might be beneficial on some of them. Other than that, I think it's a great program.
I would disagree with that.
Okay.
Because if you look at this, then you'd have to bring in the homeless ad hoc, you'd have to bring in the youth city council group. I mean, because we tried to divide this between different groups of needy organizations. So we've got veterans, we've got youth, we've got the homeless, we've got Ramona Bowl is kind of arts and culture, we feel. The pantry is serving the community that has great needs. We've got great ad hoc committees, but if we bring all of them in, it was.
No, I didn't mean for the funding. I meant just for part of the review
Right,
process
I know that.
for the next.
I know that.
Next year's.
Yeah.
But your point is well taken. We would probably get a very varied group of grant requests for next year.
I think it would be more complicated.
And again, we want to reiterate that this is not an ongoing program. So this is to help out these 6 groups this year. And the process, like we said, we don't want to fund them every year because we're just helping them out, get a kickstart and get them through this year probably. And we want to see different organizations come and, you know, like we said, like maybe a startup, you know, so maybe they want like 5,000 to get their foot in the door or get their organization started and going. So we try to, you know, do a broad range of ages, groups, et cetera. And I think we got a pretty good group.
I think you did. If I could just ask one question. I tried to Google Rose of Sharon and didn't find anything locally. So
she does a wonderful job. This lady was nominated for the Black Voices of the Valley as the you know her.
Oh.
Yeah,
Sharon.
there
you
go.
Okay.
She has helped the homeless in our community behind the scenes, and a lot of people don't even know about her. She has a wonderful facility set back on Warren Road near Esplanade, and just recently she had a Chamber of Commerce ribbon cutting for her development out there, and she just does fabulous work with women and children, women mostly, and now she wants to bring in women and children more so. Councilmember Mills will tell you a little more about her, but she does wonderful work, and a lot of her people that work with her now, they have gone through her program and they have had different addictions, and they just praised her like you would not believe. And she's got several different recovery centers around town that I didn't even know. I just knew about the one off of Warren Road, but
Yeah.
she's got several in town, and she's doing really good work.
Okay.
So,
You want me to?
do you
Yeah,
want
just an example what she does. We had a lady that was in the park and she wanted to get off the streets, and she wanted to get off at that moment. And she was tired, I'm not sure, 10 years on the streets. And I called Sharon and asked her if she had a bed available. And she said, I just had a woman that graduated. I have a bed if you want to bring her. So I drove her over there. And she's still there, and she's helping now. She's part of her group of ladies that help the incoming ladies. So I really respect her a lot. She does good work, and she doesn't. And she doesn't go out and boast about it. You know, she does it, and that's it. That's what she likes, and she loves it. That's part
and
of her
she's a recovering addict herself. I think she said 16 years.
Yeah.
now.
That's fantastic.
So
Yeah.
Those are
she
the
does
best
wonderful
counselors.
work.
Yeah.
Any other comments? May I have a motion for this?
I would make a motion to approve this.
I'll second that.
I have a motion by Councilmember Krupa, seconded by Councilmember Lodge. We're going to do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa?
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge?
Yes.
Councilmember Males?
Yes, and with a quick question, you said something about expediting the information?
It was an alternative to the recommendation that was made by the ad hoc, so with the motion on the table, not necessary tonight.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Mayor Pro-Tem Kendrick?
Yes.
Mayor Peterson?
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Candace. Can we have a report from staff for item 16D?
Well, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, City Manager, Mr. Mark Peswich. Good evening. Before I get started, I do want to acknowledge some individuals that are here in the room that were part of here for the item for 15J, the Hemet Auto Mall dealers. If I can have you rise, thank you for being here, your support. We have Toyota and Honda here supporting the expansion and the revitalization of the Hemet Auto Mall. So thank you for being here. Gentlemen, I know you're very busy, so your support is greatly appreciated. So thank you. Well, let's get started, shall we? The Hemet Economic Summit was just here last Thursday, and it was one thing that we heard in a framing theme is that high wages are in for Riverside County and lower wages are leaving our county. Why is that good? Because it's more funds that we have available in our city, but at the same time, we have to keep up. There's a lot of individuals that want to have things here. We want to curtail the leakages, so we have an idea and a proposal called the Pop-Up Food Truck Festival, also known as Carmelita Square, working on that branding. I'm going to kind of keep saying that today here. Part of the strategic integration, as I was going through this, well, wouldn't you know, if it fails 4 of the 5, but after I posted this, I figured, well, wait a second, I think we're meeting all 5 of these categories for this event. So it is also marking the organizational effectiveness, so it is meeting the city's strategic plan. That's a great thing. What is it? I'm sure you probably saw in the staff report a little bit of what it entails, some of the ideas, but I'm going to quickly give you a big quick history on the background. The past year, the city has been very ambitious in hosting events such as the Summer Valley Kickoff. We had the Dia de los Muertos turkey event, and we had the Christmas event that had a vendor section to it, a component. And wouldn't you know, it was one of the hot hits. We had 50-something vendors. It was packed from the time we opened until we closed, and people were asking, when's the next one? Well, I think we have the next one, and potentially, and we want to curtail leakages. There's our surrounding cities have something similar to this, and we have seen based on their social medias, they're going out to those cities to enjoy a weekend event there on a Saturday, Sunday, having a pina colada. Well, we want to make sure they're having that pina colada here and not going somewhere else, or food wherever they prefer. So one of the ideas that as the city was exploring was, hey, should we have a food market festival? And we were able to team up and work with Wanderlust Events, which the owners are here as well, and I'll have them briefly come up after to say a few words about their idea. But it is a nice fusion cuisine idea in regards to having food trucks, having top-notch quality, not just your average food trucks, but and then also rotating. I mean, that's very important, the rotation, because that's every 15 new food trucks every week. That's 15 new food trucks exposed to the city of Hemet, potentially wondering, hey, is it time for a brick and mortar? Come talk to me, we'll figure that out. So the purpose, I won't spend too much time because you did get it on the report here, but it's really about city community engagement. We heard a little earlier from some of the items that were here in council. We want to make sure the community is aware that we are here for them. We're here to hear you, and having council there, city staff as well, it's just a great thing. Brand awareness, as we're working with branding, a lot of people are aware of some other cities. They go out, explore, shop, wine, dine. We want to have that brand recognition, brand awareness that Hemet is here to shop, eat, and dine, and not having to leave our city. As we've kind of read on the weekends, our southwest cities, visitors tend to be there for about 2.5 hours on a Saturday. Here, we're a little under an hour. We want to make sure we raise that time of people spending here in Hemet so we can have more revenue and tax revenue, and more, at the same time, more things to do. It will increase our growth in tourism. Again, I mentioned these types of events tend to cater not just regionally, but more on a county side, stimulate private investment, and more importantly, beautifying our downtown corridors. That's a big thing for council in regards to quality of life. And we read the strategic plan. We want to make sure that we do have that for them. The economic strategic plan, as I was going through the plan, I realized, wow, it's really covering, of the 30-something initiatives, it's covering at least 5 of them, creating a temporary pop-up store or event, attracting new businesses. And again, I mentioned earlier, this will lead to meetings to potentially having brick and mortars. If you look at their Instagram page, they're really bringing high-quality food trucks to our area. It's also going to incentivize restaurant investment, consider downtown enhancements, create a restaurant week, and introduce and facilitate downtown experiences. I think that's really key for our city. So again, our citizens, one of the things that I oversee is our social media, and we do have a lot of individuals reaching out to us privately. Hey, when are you going to have this? Or why don't we have this? We are listening. I assure you, some of these variables, we're not just there yet. We hear of the big box office. We're getting there, and these types of events are going to help us get there. Now, what is the event overview? I'm almost done here to be able to answer questions and bring up the owners here. We're proposing a weekly food truck festival on Saturday evenings at the downtown Hemet, on one of the lots that the city owns right next to the Hemet Theater. I'll show you a little site plan proposal, having it up there for up to 8 weeks, testing out the market, seeing how that goes. Again, other cities have it established on a weekly basis for years, and it's a success every single time. If not monthly. Again, I mentioned 15 diverse food trucks that we would be able to cater to, maybe have meetings. And I think the cool thing is not only just the food trucks, it's an experience. I think that's the big thing that we realize, that it's no longer just going to have to a brewery and having a drink or going to a restaurant. You also want to, well, what's next and what's more and what are we going to have? Well, I'm glad you're thinking that, because we're going to have entertainment. We'll have local DJs, music, live performances, and as well as cornhole, whoever would like to play a one-on-one game, horseshoe and Connect Four, and just an inviting atmosphere. And you're gonna see why that is inviting here. Here's the proposed site plan. We would have, again, around the perimeter, we've connected with fire, building, planning, make sure this fits to the city code and standards, and it does. So you can see right in the middle, we'll have some nice chairs, followed by the stage, some great cornhole action happening on the sides there. We do have the restrooms catered by the Hemet Theater, so that's another big thing. The Hemet Theater is in play. People can go in there and explore and see what's out there. And kind of finishing up here is not just your average food truck festival where you just get food trucks and line up and pray that people come. It's also an experience. So we are looking at barrels and a nice ambiance, aesthetically pleasing. So you're there, you're dining, maybe taking some pictures, hashtagging City of Hemet, or repost that for anybody that's hearing this, and making sure that we are aware that we are listening to their desires, and this is one of them. Again, a food truck festival coming to Hemet to have more of options and so on and so forth. So that's kind of a little niche on the proposal. I would like to invite Alexander and Ben to say a few words about their proposal and anything that I may have missed.
Hello. I don't need this. Hello. Hi. I know all of you. Well, I'm talking. Oh, there we go. I know all of you. My name is Alexander Upremian. When we were talking about this area next to the historic Hemet Theater, I was the general manager there at the time and thought it'd be really great to help the theater and help the community. So a few names kind of went around, and Carmelita Corner came up, Alexander Acre came up, Upremian Yard came up. So there's some really great names, I think, to make that pop-up location. So the whole idea came, my sister's from Austin, Texas, grew up in Austin, Texas, and it started, as I'm sure many of you know, it started as an annual thing, a food truck festival, to a monthly thing, to a weekly thing, to now food trucks are what Austin, Texas is, and it's a great way for the community to shine. So that's why we initially, because we live in Hemet, thought that it was a great place to start. We're also in talks with the city of Murrieta to do one at the Village Walk, the city of Lake Elsinore to do it at the boat launch, and the city of Palm Springs. So you guys, Hemet would be the first, because you're the most important to us, for now. And any questions? Go, hit me. No? Great. Okay, cool. Thanks. Have a great.
Can't even hit the button that fast. I love this idea. Central County United Way used to have a food truck festival once a year on South Carmelita, and drew in all sorts of people, and it was fun. I have some concern about the location, and maybe police department can answer those questions because of traffic flow and exactly where the trucks are going to be and the traffic flow on North Carmelita. That basically is my only concern. I love the way you've got it set up. I think it's a fantastic thing. I think proximity is great. Don't know if you've looked at any other locations in the downtown area, but I would, let's just do it. Just find the safest location with the greatest visibility and the ability of people to park and come over and enjoy the whole thing.
I understand what you're saying about that, because it would be our proposal is to do it on Saturday evenings, the same time the Hemet Theater has shows going on. I've spoken to the new general manager, and she was open to letting us use the restrooms. Obviously, a majority of their customers would be coming to the food truck festival before the show and after the show, which would be great. There are other locations I've looked at. I've done site plans for as well. This was just at that point when we were just initially, I presented it to city manager and to Ben. It was to be in the proximity of the theater. As far as traffic's concerned, I don't. Are you concerned about pedestrian traffic or parking?
Both.
Oh, okay. As we know, when we initially were talking about the expansion of the theater, a lot of people's concerns were parking.
Right.
But there are over 2,000 parking spaces within a 3-minute walk of the front door of the Hemet Theater.
I know that,
So
but most people don't.
Most people don't. So I just moved here from England a year ago, where we walk everywhere.
Yeah.
And here I'm now taking a car to go a block, because that's what we're used to doing here. So there's obviously Front Street, there's Harvard Street, there's the library parking, there's a parking lot behind the theater, and then the parking lot beyond that. There's Harvard Street that goes beyond this one, Devonshire, right before Devonshire. The parking lot behind Chappie's there. So there are public places to park. And I don't know, or I'm not concerned that it would affect the parking for the Hemet Theater, because as of right now, most of those guests park in that lot right behind the theater, and then right behind that little small building.
Right.
You can use the city parking.
Yeah, you can also use that.
Yeah, sorry.
And council member as well to that concern, not concern, but a comment, a great comment, in regards to ADA compliance as well. We would be able to, if add an extra parking lot, spot or two along with the walkway pathway. I spoke to Javier. Pathway would be perfectly fine for your wheelchair accessible. We'll also have tables and chairs to accommodate ADA compliance as long as a fire extinguisher. So we were looking at close Carmelita, but it looks like based on the perimeter, how we have it mapped out, that won't be necessary at this time. And as Alexander said, there's plenty of parking. I believe we were also discussing the other west side of that parking lot potentially as an option as well, if council were to.
Well, and the city does own the green area across the street, which would be great for people just to bring their chairs or picnic benches or whatever else and enjoy over there.
I forgot about that.
Great comment, yes.
Yeah.
You have a question, Tom? Or?
No.
I have a question. You're gonna do this for 8 weeks on here, according to this?
If you allow me, yes.
Yeah, okay. What are the times? What's
5 p.m. till 10 p.m. So
what time's the theater?
The shows start at 7. The doors at the theater, I believe, open at 6. So there would.
When does the theater end?
The shows, when do they
Yeah, the
end?
show.
About 9 o'clock on
9
average.
o'clock. Okay, I thought they closed at 10 or.
No, so the guests that are going to the Hemet Theater could then enjoy
They'll
a
have
little
an hour
afterward.
then. Okay, I just want to
For
make
now.
sure there was ample time for them to go before and after.
Yes,
Keep
yeah.
it all in the
Okay.
same neighborhood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're really lucky because, as I said, we're doing this in a few other cities, and we've got some really great interest from some larger food trucks. Like, I don't know if you know of Cousins Maine Lobster.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So they're interested in
I'll be
coming.
there.
Okay, well, that's where I'll be the whole time. So I'll get in line in front of you. So Cousins Maine Lobster. We have, hold on, I've got a list of some really cool ones. Spuds McKenzie, Beach and Boba coming from Long Beach, the House of Pokey, the Cuban Hut, Street Food Company, Catered Kitchen, Kona Ice, of course, because they're everywhere, Rush Coffee, Rendezvous Coffee, Dreamy Foodworks, which is, he's right here. He always sets up on Carmelita anyway. He does churros and funnel cakes. And then Golean's Vegan Comfort Food. So I've got soul food and trying to accommodate for everyone. There's a lot of vegans and gluten intolerant folks nowadays.
Can I
And
just ask one more question, and this would be for Ben? Do you expect any pushback from the restaurants, the brick and mortar restaurants in town, and the current food trucks that are actually here making a living?
Yeah, that's a very, very good question, council member. We haven't necessarily done a survey fully in regards to downtime. It's just a couple of the property owners we have, they didn't have a problem. It's just one of them we were able to connect and try to meet halfway in regards to providing different services to them and seeing where we can meet them with halfway in with their proposal and proposed events.
Well, you know, and I think ultimately it will bring in more business for them during the week. Just
Agreed.
because people coming downtown on Saturday and saying, oh, I didn't know that was there, and I didn't know that was there, and I, you know, and.
Absolutely, and you really nailed it
prospective
on that point.
customers.
It also give us an opportunity, that I mentioned, to really connect with our community, but at the same time, offer and promote different events that we have coming up. And it's just a one-stop shop, and I really do feel that all of the other downtown businesses will benefit from this. Because, just to give you an example, in our Southwest City, they had one last week, and they had over 500 people show up. That's a big number for, I think, 10 food trucks that they have.
Right. Thank you.
Absolutely, Councilmember. Thank you for the question.
Will you have any security?
We will have, I'm going to connect with PD, see if we have any volunteers available, council member, for that. But in regards to actual private security, I'll leave it to the applicant to answer that portion.
So when I was at the theater, we were using a gentleman called RJ Security, and they're very affordable and really nice to work with. So if it is required by the council, then I will seek using them.
I would imagine you'd need someone there, or some type of security.
And
Are you requiring armed security, or unarmed volunteer security would be okay with you?
Some type of security.
Are you going to put on a safety vest for him? You do?
I can wear one, yeah.
Okay, cool.
For some of that lobster food.
Okay, done. It's a good trade. Okay, that's fair.
God, you get off easy. Lobster food? Okay.
Okay, I have some things.
Hit
Okay.
me, go.
To Councilmember Krupa's comment about the other businesses, I've been to some street fairs and different events in other cities, and you know the streets are lined with all of the vendors and everything, but a lot of the stores stay open later. So what I would like to see is, if this gets approved, that we notify all of our downtown businesses, hey, this is going on. If you want to leave your store open later, you may get some business. And I think that would be a really good thing, because we have so many small businesses in this town, and they need every break that they can get. So if they're down there eating, they can go in and go to a little boutique shop or, you know, candle shop, whatever's downtown. And that way it would be a win-win for the food trucks and our small business people. So if this gets approved, I'd really like to see that come out with this announcement too, that, hey, if you want your business open, you can stay open, and we'll have people downtown for you. So that was one of my things. I saw some discrepancies in the application, so I just kind of wanted to point some of those out. In one place you said maybe 500 attendees, and then another place you said 1,000 attendees, so that was a discrepancy.
Apologies. My goal with the help of the city in advertising is 1,000.
Okay. And then I noticed on page 17 of the staff report, you didn't have no ADA toilet marked.
So that was the conversation I had with the general manager of the Hemet Theater to use their restrooms.
Okay. So I think that block should be checked then, if you have.
Forgive me.
Okay. No, that's okay.
So that's for.
Ben, would you check that box, please? Thank
So
you.
the restrooms would be for ADA only?
No,
No, no, no.
The
for
Hemet
everyone.
Theater?
No.
Because excuse me, Mayor, also with the use of the Hemet Theater, because they're a nonprofit, they will be serving alcohol that night. So if people want to go to the food truck festival, they can go into the theater and buy alcohol from the Hemet Theater.
As
So it helps
long
out
as they
them
drink it
well.
inside there.
They have to stay in the
Yeah,
theater,
yeah,
correct,
okay.
correct.
Okay.
Okay, one other thing, there was no check mark on the emergency care plan. And along with the stores open, you know, we want to promote more tourism. So that would be a good chance for our art gallery to be open, for the depot. Other things that are, for the depot,
The
to
Hemet
be
Museum,
open.
the depot.
Okay.
the museum, you know, just to showcase what we have downtown and keep drawing people in. So that were just some of my comments.
I hope that this is successful for the 8 weeks. If it is, I'd like to move it to a larger location to get more than just 15 trucks, and forgive me for just saying just 15. talking about other food trucks, I know what you're speaking of, but also there are 2 food trucks that are presently set up on Carmelita. I've spoken to them about them coming to us, and they've already signed up and registered to be with us. Yep.
Mayor, great comments. We will definitely be reaching out to the, if approved, of course, to the downtown, all of the downtown businesses, property owners. Great recommendation. I'll work with Alexander to update the temporary use permits to reflect your comments. Overall, this is a really big event for us that we can really enhance, and more events will be coming forth to you later this year, but I think this is a good way to get the summer started and kind of going from there. So thank you, Council. Here, if you have any other questions regarding
Real quick,
this.
is there, do you foresee doing this again, like another 8 weeks and another 8 weeks and so on?
That's a great comment, council member, because we do, I know Alexander would like to continue forward, and we do have other events in the pipeline that they would like to also have a chance to promote their items, like a potential rodeo, beer fest. There's other staff is only so much we can do, but that is the idea. And let me give a perfect example. Chick-fil-A pop-up was such a success. Holy smoke, that was a touchdown. And that's brewing. Great things. I'll relay the message a little later, but we do plan to hopefully, once the 8 weeks are done, revisiting, giving you an update over the sales, how many people came, so you can really digest, is it worth doing another 8 weeks or not? But I think doing an analysis would be great.
But next time you won't ask to waive the cost of all the permitting and everything, right?
No, that's incorrect, sir. I will. Thank you.
I love your honesty.
I just have one more thing before I go. At the Hemet Theater this Saturday is Voice of the Valley Round 2. It's the 8th year we've been doing it. This year is by far the best. I'd love for you all to be there, all of you. And council, if you'd like to be a judge for the finale next month, thank you very much. Have a lovely evening. Thank you for your time.
Are there any other questions from our council members, Vice Mayor or Mayor I can answer?
Can I have a motion to approve the item?
I'll make a motion to where am I? Hold on, let me find it here. Now, that's not the one.
I'll make a motion to.
Okay, go ahead.
Item 16D.
We'll make a motion. 16D for the Hemet temporary use permit for a downtown pop-up food truck festival,
And adopt the resolution.
and to waive all costs.
Can I have a second?
Second.
City Clerk, may we have a roll call?
You two know what
I have a motion by Councilmember Mails, second by Councilmember Lodge, to approve this recommendation. We'll do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Mails.
I don't know. No, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, council.
Mayor?
Yes, at this time, I would like to turn it over to our attorney, Stephen.
Yes, before we move on to the next item, which I know is what everyone came for, we did have an urgency item that came to our attention that we would like the council to add to the agenda. This is a relatively short item. You should all have a copy of a draft resolution in front of you. It's a resolution that authorizes the city manager to accept unrestricted donations of cash or goods. Under the government code, the city council can accept any donation. We don't currently have a resolution on file authorizing the city manager to accept unrestricted donations of cash or goods. If someone wants to write the city a check, we would like to be able to accept it. We have, the urgency of this is we have 2 pending donations, one from the Pechanga tribe of a fire engine, and the other one, I believe, is from RTA for, I assume it's a bus. It's coming from RTA.
12-person bus.
Yes, and one of those has a time frame on it. It needs to be accepted this week. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to the fire chief. We'll do a quick presentation on the donation that he's looking for.
So thank you so much. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to this urgent matter. I believe if IT can put up a picture, we might have a picture of the donated fire engine. So this fire engine was wanted by, I could tell you, many cities in the county, and we were fortunate to be the recipients of this at no charge. And like I mentioned earlier in some of my comments, we're still waiting for 2 fire engines that have been behind. And so the irony is this donated fire engine by the Pechanga Band of Indians actually has less miles on it than some of the fire engines that we have serving frontline right now. So this is a tremendous opportunity for us to add a reserve fire engine to our fleet. There will be a time that the Pechanga tribe would like to have the mayor and city council come down there to do a little ceremony at Pechanga, but this is a tremendous opportunity for the fire department, so I really thank you for this.
So thank you, Mayor. So what we would need is we would need a motion and a second to add this to the agenda, along with a motion to approve the resolution. You could make both those motions at the same time if you wanted to.
May I have a motion for that?
I'll make a motion to add this emergency item or urgency item to the agenda and to approve the resolution number 2525-XXX.
I second that motion.
It's so fresh we don't have a number yet, but yeah, it's coming.
I have a motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Lodge. We'll do a roll call. Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Males.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Are we gonna put logos on it? City logos?
Yes, we will.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yes, thank you.
Can we have a report from staff for item 16E?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Okay, looks like I received a donated fan also. Keep that in mind since it was pretty warm today. I want to begin tonight, Mark Prestwich, your city manager, with an invitation for all of the residents of the unincorporated area to join us tomorrow morning at Vallarta's for our new grocery store. That's going to be at 7 o'clock, as well as all the residents in Hemet. Tonight, you're going to receive, let me back up. We are here tonight to respond to a data request. And I'm going to use some key terms that I'll introduce. The first is the petitioner. The petitioner is a future applicant, potentially. And in preparation of their application, they need information from the city of Hemet. The city of Hemet could have sent information to the petitioner by email, but we specifically chose to bring it to a regular council meeting so that there would be a lot of visibility around this issue, so that you would learn some of about the information that we have worked on to respond to that request, make it available to you in the community, and be prepared to answer questions. So today, we're going to walk through a high-level review, but I'll let you know that in terms of the revenue side, there's a lot of backup material to the numbers. I did hear that in some of the comments, so I think one of the outcomes of today's meeting is we need to build a website with all the data, right? All the source data as well as the presentation. So I commit to putting that together over the course of the next week. We'll bring you all, we'll put this together for the community so they can see it and refer it to it. And of course, myself and our staff will be available for any questions that people have. And this is really, because we're responding to a data request and sharing this data with you today, this is a preliminary analysis, and that's why we're calling this a report on proposed annexation by petitioner Hemet United. We want to share this information with you. We want to answer your questions. We fully anticipate communicating with the county. We understand that the county has submitted a letter to us that we're going to respond to. We have some information that I know that we can transmit immediately. In other cases, we don't have today answers to some of those questions, but we look forward to future conversations with them. So tonight you're going to receive first an overview from me, a little bit of background on what is LAFCO, and then we'll get into a high-level sketch of, and this is an interesting challenge for us, so this has been an interesting challenge for our departments to think through if we're expanding the city footprint, what would that look like, particularly on the police, fire, and public works side. And so we're going to share with you our initial thinking, and we're calling this a preliminary look at some of our assumptions. Those will likely evolve over time, And, but we want to share with you our thinking, share with the community our thinking, receive some feedback, and answer questions you have. So, Riverside LAFCO. Each county in California has something called a Local Agency Formation Commission, or LAFCO. And in this case, we call this Riverside LAFCO. It serves Riverside County. The LAFCO Agency Formation Commission is responsible for establishing city limit lines and spheres of influence. It's not a city council. It's not the County Board of Supervisors. It's the Local Agency Formation Commission. Now, the LAFCO board is comprised of city and county and special district members. And here you can see a breakdown of the 7-member board. We have 2 county members, so the Board of Supervisors appoints 2 people to serve on this board. There are 2 city members, one from an eastern area of Riverside County, one from a western area of Riverside County. There are 2 special district members, one from the eastern side of Riverside County, one from the western side of Riverside County, and 1 public member at large. And each of those positions have an alternate. And often it's the case with LAFCOs that the alternates will attend meetings as well, even if they're, the person that is serving in the seat is there, because it provides an opportunity for them to keep pace with the conversations that are emerging, sometimes over months and years, because some of the process associated with annexation in particular is a lengthy process. And that's really true of tonight too. This is a data request that we're responding to. The petitioner has an obligation to prepare an application, and there are preconditions that are not met yet for their submittal, and we'll talk about those. Okay, I think I jumped ahead. Yeah, I'm looking at my screen in front of me and not looking at that. Okay, so first on the definition of a sphere of influence, because that's an unusual term. I had to learn it over the years myself. A sphere of influence is the probable future boundary of a city. The LAFCO Commission establishes that. And so every 5 years or so, there's a review of a service in each of our agencies that LAFCO looks at. They also look at the sphere of influence. We have a very large sphere of influence. Different counties treat spheres of influence differently, but this is a probable future boundary and service area for a local agency, in this case, the City of Hemet. This is a look at a couple of their policies, and this is we'll put these on the website as well. It's a very long read. I'm literally taking a couple of excerpts out of that to give you some context, but there's a lot of information on the county on the Riverside LAFCO website. So they have several goals and a number of policies that are very specific. Goal 1.1.3, LAFCO will encourage infill development in urban areas and the annexation of areas inside existing city spheres of influence to avoid further urban sprawl. Sometimes mountains get in the way too, right? And we have that. Goal 1.1.4, all proposals, including annexation to a city, shall have been pre-zoned by the annexing city. And goal 1.1.5, which is related, a certified copy of the city's pre-zoning ordinance shall accompany the application. So in order for the application to be filed, not only does the applicant need information from us, they also need the city to pre-zone parcels so that they reflect the current general plan of the county. Now, some of the parcels in the county unincorporated area are not today consistent with the county's general plan. We would be pre-zoning to the general plan of the county and ensuring that our zoning reflects that zoning. And it's expected in these LAFCO policies that the city will work with applicants, whether they're petitioners or applicants, and share data. So that's what we're doing tonight. This is a hard map to read, but if you drill in on this, we have 3 large parcels that are envisioned in this proposed annexation. The first is essentially East Hemet. It's delineated by the purple boundary. There's a small connection just east of Diamond Valley Lake that connects the lake to the rest of what is described as Parcel 1. You can see this in the staff report that's online, and zoom in on this. So the purple is one of 3 large areas described as a parcel, although it comprises many parcels. There's also on the little bit of edge on the south side, and then Parcel 2 and Parcel 3 in orange and green on the west. So with the petitioner, these are the requests that we received, specifically a request for fiscal information. They wanted us to review the revenue, and we put that together. They also wanted a sketch of how we would invest those dollars to provide at least the same, if not better, level of service to the customers in the unincorporated area. Secondly, it's their job, the petitioner's job, not the city's job, to prepare a plan of services. So they need, again, inputs from the city data to help them develop a plan of service document about how each city department will provide as good or as better level of service as currently being provided. It's important to know that the current utility providers do not change upon annexation. So an example of that is EMWD. If you're an EMWD customer today, you will be an EMWD customer if annexed. Same with Lake Hemet Water, Edison. What would change would be the waste and recycling hauler. So the county works with waste management, the city works with CR&R. The LAFCO process allows for a transition over 5 years, and so that would be a finer detail that would take place after an annexation would take place. And finally, I mentioned the pre-annexation zoning. This was necessary at time of submittal of application. So these are rolled up numbers. There's a lot of background, particularly on the sales and property tax. We pulled the property tax information for every parcel in the proposed annexation. We worked with the city's sales tax and property tax consultant, HDL. They assisted with this analysis. We assumed, following the existing allocation that's agreed to with the city and the county, so there is a split of the property tax revenue. The property tax that people pay does not change. What changes is the allocation of what is paid. And so upon annexation, there are certain monies that would move directly to the library. Portions of that tax move directly to the library and to fire services. And then 25% essentially of the what could have been, if it was an original parcel in Hemet, a full 1% could have come to the city. And allocated to the other special districts that serve this area. Today we receive about 13 to 15% of property tax revenue. So a quarter of the revenue has been incorporated into this analysis. SB1 and gas tax and Measure A are all transportation dollars. So we had our public works director and city engineer and deputy director analyze these dollars and understand what the order of magnitude would be that we would then direct to road maintenance services. We also separately, as you will hear, analyzed the roads and believe that there's a necessary investment of at least $3 million to maintain the current condition of the pavement in the unincorporated area. And then finally, with the business operations tax, when we add population to the city, under the city's ordinance, there is an opportunity to add an additional cannabis dispensary. That's a business operations tax based on gross receipts. There are 2 cannabis dispensaries that I'm aware of that operate on both edges of the city of Hemet, but they're in the unincorporated area. One on the west and one immediately on the east of a portion of an intersection at Columbia and Florida. So we're going to break this down. It's broken down in the staff report, but this is a high-level review. That's the summary of the revenue. Approximately $14.2 million is projected. And then in terms of expenses, we have not put together the startup costs that may be associated with certain activities. These are examples of future conversations that are necessary. But we have identified necessary staffing in the police department, fire department, public works department, and code enforcement. But with annexation and growth in cities, whether there's an annexation or not, as the city continues to grow, we're not necessarily going to add staff in every department. So for example, the city clerk has 3 staff members. We have 92,000 people in the city. If we grew by 25 or 30,000 people, I'm not recommending that we add an extra staff. Same thing is true in a number of other departments. So there are some economies of scale with the city of Hemet as we grow, with or without annexation. Maybe some help advancing the next slide. Okay. This is a breakdown of the staffing augmentations that would occur in each department. So this is, again, just a summary of the investments that we would make in police, fire, public works, and code enforcement. But I wanted to bring you the subject matter experts tonight to talk through, our thinking about how to take on service level in that area that we will then provide to the petitioner so that they can work on developing a potential service plan should they want to advance the annexation. So we're going to begin with our police chief, Mike Ariano, who is going to provide a preliminary overview of our annexation analysis from a police perspective. You're going to hear a lot of words like conceptual, draft, because it's all conceptual and draft, and that's important to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. I'll get started. Again, like the city manager said, it's all conceptual, it's all preliminary numbers. We can't tell you exactly what it's going to take to, it's very preliminary and let you know what I think it would take to at least meet the same standards you have now. So take that into consideration. Here on the screen you have, we have 4 police districts. I just want to show you what the city of Hemet's comprised of. As far as the police department goes, we have 4 beats or districts. It starts from the top left in the orange, that's a beat 1. 2 beat is the blue, going clockwise. 3 beat is the pink, and the green is 4 beat. So currently, we did calls for service yesterday, scrambled, got these calls for service. These are their numbers. Riverside County Sheriff's Department, this is for the unincorporated area of Hemet, is 2022 through 2024. You'll see it's 14,447, 13,583, and 12,938 last year. Total calls for service for the last 3 years, 40,993. Average calls for service per year, 13,664. Average calls for service per day, 37. If you look at our numbers from last year, for the city of Hemet, our calls for service for 2024 were 74,731. So if you add the 13,664, you come up with a total calls for service for the year for both the unincorporated and the city portion, 88,395. Currently, and this is this is all approximate, these numbers. We haven't confirmed them. We have, but we haven't, if that makes sense. Currently, Riverside Sheriff's Department, they run their night shifts, 1 sergeant, 1 corporal, and 4 deputies. And I think I just found out it's the same numbers for day shift as well. So 1 sergeant, 1 corporal, and 4 deputies. Hemet Police Department, this is preliminary again, saying that many times. Our night shift, what I intend to do is a sergeant, a corporal, and 4 officers. Same thing for day shift. You'd have 2 shifts, day shift and night shift to cover that. Just the unincorporated area alone. I know this is hard to see, but this is what the organizational chart looks like. And you'll see the positions that were requested to add with this conceptual annexation. 14 positions, 11 of those sworn, 3 non-sworn. Requesting a lieutenant, 2 sergeants, 2 corporals, 4 officers, and 1 investigator. 2 of the positions will actually be sworn as well, but they will be school resource officers. And in the unincorporated area of Hemet, you have Hemet High School and Dartmouth Middle School that are covered now with the sheriff's deputies for school resource officers. Those are typically Hemet Unified School District funded positions. Non-sport professional staff is 1 dispatcher, 1 crime scene technician, and 1 records clerk. Of course, you get asked, like, well, where are you going to go? Where are you going to be housed? We don't want to be housed out of the main station in the city. If we were to annex that area, we want to be somewhere on the east end, right? So quicker responses. So these are just examples of some areas. You have the Rite Aid, the vacant Rite Aid right now. Tends to be an eyesore sometimes at Meridian, Florida. That's an idea. The vacant building at the northwest corner of Hemet Street in Florida. And obviously we would have discussions, if it came to it, we talk with the Sheriff's Department and see if they'd be willing to lease out a portion of their current station off of Fairview. But again, those are just ideas at this point. Thank you. I think Fire Chief Sell will be up next.
I'm going to turn on my fan. Okay. Okay, so this first slide right here shows you the current stations and apparatus that the Hemet Fire Department has. So if you could see the red circles, those notate our current fire stations, which on the right we can see is Fire Station 1, Fire Station 2, Fire Station 3, Fire Station 4, and Fire Station 5. So this is what we currently have right now, and we just surpassed 20,000 calls for service in 2024. What this map right here shows is a 2023 call location and frequency map. We kind of also refer to it as a heat map that shows the high volume of calls in certain parts of the city. So if you can see, based on the color chart, the high volume calls are in red and yellow, with low call volume being in blue. So you can see that the highest number of our calls are in the downtown area, Station 1, also over to the west in Station 3's area, and then down to the south in Station 2's area, with the west side, south side of town, and then the east side, lower call volume. This slide shows calls per unit per year, 2018 through 2023. On the left, it shows, if you're looking at the slide from your left to the right, Engine 1, Engine 2, Engine 3, Engine 4, Engine 5, Squad 1, with their totals for each year. So I'll go ahead and go over to the far right of 2023, and you can see that that we're all over 2,000 calls per year, with a couple of our engine companies running over 4,000 calls per year, and our squad, should have worn my glasses, at 4,599 calls per year. So very busy, very active fire department right now. They're higher, yeah. They're actually higher at 20,000. So we're going to have those, and we'll show those to you as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So this slide right here, the time temperature curve and flashover, these are things that we're really concerned with in the fire department when it comes to our mission of protecting lives and saving property and reducing any sort of destruction from fire. So on the left, we have a graph that shows a room of origin, and on the bottom, those are minutes. So from 0 to 16 minutes, obviously the quicker a fire apparatus gets on scene and starts putting water on the fire and keeping the fire down to the room of origin, we're going to have a much better chance of saving the rest of the property. And you can see if the response times are greater than 8 or 9 minutes, at that time the destruction is going to increase up to 50%. Now, I can tell you, being your fire chief, I'm incredibly proud of how quick and efficient this fire department is. And even though we have a high volume of fires, we do tend to keep them at the room of origin or the area of origin most of the time. So it's pretty incredible. The next graph to the right is what shows a flashover. This is something that firefighters are very concerned with And that's when all the combustible material in a room, they light off at the same time, and literally, if you can envision, just flames everywhere. And so that's a very dangerous time for firefighters to arrive on scene. So depending on when the response time, when the fire engine is on scene, we're either there before flashover or after flashover has occurred. But the chances of surviving that are very bad when it comes to any sort of rescue attempt. And so that's why we coordinate what we do in terms of our engine companies and our ladder. Another aspect of what we do in the Hemet Fire Department is provide advanced life support. So clinical and biological deaths. So when we talk about our response times and the importance of getting there as quick as we can, we could see that clinical death is when breathing and heart action stops, usually 0 to 4 minutes after cardiac arrest, at which time biological death sets in, which is irreversible brain damage, likely to occur within 4 to 6 minutes after clinical death, and definite within 11 minutes. So right now we have a paramedic on every fire engine and on the squad with advanced life support equipment. The same will be said about the conceptual annexation. This map is our fire department operational plan. So this does show the parcels of the proposed annexation, and those are in the gold orange color. And the red dots, the red circles are our current fire facilities, with the black dots noting the county facilities, with the exception of the black dot in the green. That's our Fire Station 2, where we're also talking about adding a squad in the future for additional capacity for what we have now to deal with. And then the other two black dots, so the far right is the existing Riverside County Station 72, which would be, in this conceptual plan, become Hemet Station 7, with an engine company, staff with 3 people, captain, engineer, and firefighter paramedic. And then the other black dot is the County Station 26. And you can see how close County Station 26 and Hemet Station 5 is. Our plan would be to merge those two, and then also to add a squad to that new Station 5.
How would that work on these county facilities? They would be given to us during the annexation, and do the firefighters that are there now for CAL FIRE, would they stay there and become Hemet firefighters, or would we just hire new people?
Great questions. That remains to be seen, and those are things that are going to be, I think, in the upcoming conversations that we're going to have with the county about the assets and about the hiring, and those sort of things will get fleshed out. Very good question, though. This right here is just a little bit more of a focused map of what I was just explaining. So it shows the existing Fire Station 5 would close and move into current County Fire Station 26, utilizing existing personnel with a new squad to join Engine 5, which actually adds some capacity because we are mindful that we are also adding 5,000 more calls. So while we are being mindful in what we want to provide in this conceptual annexation, the city manager and the city council has been committed to also recognizing the growth that we have in the city of Hemet right now with our need for future resources and fire stations. Yes, sir. Oh, yeah, okay. So just to be clear, that Station 5 that's our currently a mobile home basically would relocate into County Station 26, which is a brick and mortar facility on Stanford. And so out of that station, we would have Hemet Engine 5 and then also add a squad to that as well. Oh, got it. Okay. So this is a comment about what I was just talking about in terms of our long-term growth and our plans. So because of current Station 5 being a mobile home, we have the ability to actually move it and put it in the south end of town, where basically in the State and Domingonia area somewhere where we know we desperately need a fire station to address the response times and also with the conceptual annexation. So good point, City Manager. Thank you. So again, with the County Fire Station 72, that becomes Hemet Fire Station 7 with 3 captains, 3 engineers, 3 firefighter paramedics, and again, adding that squad, which would help with the capacity and the call volume on the east side of town. So our fire department proposed additional apparatus. Right now, you can see the current medic engines 5, medic squad 2 with an asterisk because we are about to put squad 4 into service at Station 4, which is fantastic. I spoke about our firefighter EMT recruitment earlier, and so because of that recruitment, that's going to give us the ability to put a second squad into service, which is greatly needed. And then medic truck 1. You can see the proposed additional apparatus in the conceptual annexation. 1 additional medic engine, 1 additional medic squad, and we'll keep 1 truck. And you can see on the right the post-annexation total corresponding down of 6, 3, and 1. So our current fire department suppression personnel, 1 fire chief, 1 deputy fire chief, 3 battalion chiefs, 15 captains, 15 engineers, 21 firefighter paramedics, and 6 firefighter EMTs that are going to be coming on within the next several months for a total current suppression personnel of 62. This is the fire and Department of Life Safety proposed organizational chart. So as we look to the future for our growth, and for those of you that don't know, the fire department also has the Department of Life Safety here in Hemet, which brings building and safety, code enforcement, fire prevention, all under the fire department organizational structure, and it's been a successful model. So we would also, along with the additional fire employees, propose to bring on 2 additional code officers to assist with the annexation. So again, our fire department and Department of Life Safety proposed additional positions. You can see current, proposed, and post-annexation. So starting with captain, current is 15, adding 3 for a total of 18. Engineers, current 15, adding 3, total of 18. Firefighter paramedics, 21, adding 6 to become 27. Firefighter EMTs, 6, adding 3 for a post-annexation total of 9. And code enforcement officers, currently we have 4, adding 2 additional, and then making that count to 6. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
All right, good evening, everyone. This slide is kind of a list of what the services you'd expect for the Public Works Department to provide. The first being the addition of rights-of-way, and that would include the paved roadways, gravel and dirt roadways, road shoulders, curb gutter sidewalk, street lights, traffic signals, trees, and landscaping. And you'll see that the data that I have shows we have approximately 330 road miles currently in the city, and there would be an addition of 123 road miles in the proposed annexation area. There's currently around 42 traffic signals currently in the city. There's 7 currently in the sphere of influence. And as previously noted, we'd have the existing water agencies, EMWD and Lake Hemet, would continue providing services in the same areas that they currently do. And as previously mentioned as well, the refuse would be integrated in with our franchise provider. We would have additional city facilities that would need to be maintained, additional vehicles and equipment, and stormwater management facilities. So the pavement condition index is a tool that's used to kind of categorize and rate the pavement so that you can estimate what treatments it needs. So This is done through inspections of the roadway, driving all of the roadways with a vehicle equipped with sensors and cameras, and then assessing the distresses on their severity and their quantity to come up with a condition index that's between 0 and 100. You can see some of the ratings there, if you can see that on the screen. But it's a tool that's used so you can estimate what the treatments are needed and come up with costs. Of course, when a project is done, it's actually done through, geotechnical engineer goes out and says exactly what treatment's needed, so it can vary a little bit, but it's used as a good tool and an average for selecting what rehab. So here's a table of summarizing the data that I had received for the sphere of influence. It's based on a pavement condition survey in 2023. The data shows that the overall PCI score for the sphere of influence area is a 67, and then there's pavement areas by condition range and anticipated rehab needs. It's obviously the starting place for estimating those needs. And I'd like to note, I did show that there was 1 mile in this data of gravel and dirt roads. This data that I received may not have captured all of the dirt roads. There's likely some other ones. And it's also based on the sphere of influence, and the conceptual annexation area slightly differs from that. Here's the current Public Works organization chart with showing the additional 5 staff members that we'd be proposing. 3 in the Streets Maintenance Division, 1 in the Facilities Maintenance Division, and 1 in the Equipment Maintenance Division. With that, I will turn it back over to City Manager.
Thank you, Noah. So, in addition to Noah's comments about the staffing, there was an allocation that I mentioned earlier of $3 million, which we believe is the minimum annual investment needed for maintenance of the streets in the unincorporated area. And that would come out of the projected $14.2 million. So that's itemized in the staff report. So what are the next steps? We're going to provide a summary of this meeting, any questions you ask, and any additional analysis that we can quickly gather, and provide that to the petitioner, including the revenue and operational staffing analysis. Again, we'll make sure that they understand that that's conceptual as well, and subject to change. We're going to respond to the county's information request, and we look forward to scheduling meetings through the county executive office to talk more about that. Anticipate working with the mayor on that. We will continue to respond to ongoing petitioner information requests, and we do anticipate more. And at some point, we would refer the pre-zoning to the city's planning commission. But before I wrap up, I want to ask if the representative of the petitioner would like to say a few words regarding the proposal.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. Good to see you all. I'll start by introducing myself. There's quite a few of us here. Debbie Green, we have Bruce Wallace, Lori Van Arsdale, and Sean Murphy, just a few of our members of our organization. To introduce myself, a lot of people want to know the face behind this effort. We see it as a new effort, even though it's been kind of an existing push that's been out there. I've grown up here in the Valley, born and raised. Went to school in St. Hyacinth, Hemet High, Bulldog, and after the military, moved back here, raised my family, and of course, since there, have been volunteering with the Boy Scouts, United Way, Ramona Pageant, many different organizations before, of course, being on City Council in San Jacinto and making a lot of changes and support for the city that we see San Jacinto now. And I think most recently it's important that I point out, why I'm up here is really because what I've seen this valley become over the 50-some years that I've grown up here, and why it has. So going back a little bit in history, we've had local success recently that we haven't had for a long time. We've talked about the highways, Highway 79, for a very long time. In the 80s, before Temecula, Marietta, Menifee, Wildomar even existed, Hema and San Jacinto was the place to be. And in the late 80s, the county formed their Transportation Commission. They went out to bond and fund, and lo and behold, the 15, the 215, the 60 were built. However, our corridor, surprisingly, was not built and stopped through a lot of political maneuvering by the county. I call that the Route 66 effect that happened to our community due to a lot of county influence. And if you know the Route 66 story, when the interstates were built, all the Route 66 communities kind of withered and died, more or less. Ever since the 80s, we've been a dumping ground, and we've been split with supervisorial districts at different time. Social aid came in to the community, welfare, Medi-Cal. I mean, you can name the different resources that have been brought here and people that have been brought here to use those services in our community. And when we ask for things, typically those things don't occur or are provided to the county. So when I pushed for the 79 to occur, part of the discussion was really for us to fight and come together as a community because it wasn't happening for the last 30 years. Money was being spent other places, our tax money. And what we did, and you in partnership, and of course Councilwoman Krupa, was create a local coalition that stood up for our community. That's kind of the important thing, local control. And in that partnership, we had both cities, MSJC, Valley-wide, the Winchester MAC, the Beaumont EDA, San Jacinto Unified School District. A lot of organizations stepped up to participate and be a part of this and fight for our community to turn this around, decades around of misallocation or lack of support that we've had. Joining us eventually was both congressmen and also the Saboba tribe. But this wasn't easy, right? The path of travel, I was personally attacked, the organization, the coalition was attacked by the county, by different supervisors, and to try to separate our organization. But we stayed together, and it brought a unanimous vote. We were persevered through, and that corridor received funding along with Linda Krupa's leadership at RCTC to move this project forward so our residents finally have access out if there's an emergency like the fires that we've had or a catastrophic earthquake, or just access, right, to education, medical care, or jobs. It's a nightmare to get in and out of the valley from that aspect. But what really premises, I think, where we're at is that growth is coming our way, whether we like it or not. And growing up here, right, all of Temecula, all of Marietta, all of Menifee was all county at one point. So I hear people say we want to stay county because there's not going to be growth, or there's not going to be that that sort of growth coming. And the problem is that's absolutely wrong, because it's all been county out here, and you can look at the growth that's been coming in, and it was really some of the current county growth that really started raising the alarms and led me to want to step into the discussion with the annexation. But before I go on, Debbie, do you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Debbie Green, and I thank every person that got up here and spoke, because you're passionate about how you feel, and I've lived in the county for 41 years as well. Never dreamed I'd say consider the city, but I'm seeing what's happening in the county, and we're fighting it out there. I'm a instrumental part in the opposed citrus grove, and anybody that knows me knows that I'm passionate about stopping that. But if we stay in the county and one thing falls, it all falls, because we are that dumping ground. I never thought I'd want to be in the city for 41 years, not. But I'd like you to show, do you have pictures of some of the things that are going on out here? That maybe some of you that live in the county and are passionate about staying in the county will help fight, okay? Because there's bad happening around you. It's happening in my neighborhood. It's happening everywhere. So, you know, it's easy to sit behind a computer and go on Facebook and make your comments, but what we need now is people to step up. Oh, sorry.
I'm just reminding her that the proper message is to speak to the council members. If we can put the presentation back up, we can move forward with this now that you know a little bit about us. So local control is really what we're talking about.
Is everybody aware of this county homeless project out on East Florida, near the base of Idlewild Road going up? Unfortunately, this is the county, unbeknownst to a lot of people in the community, I'd say most of the people in the community, had no idea that the county allocated $5 million to a company out of Long Beach, which is under one name. I want to say it's Kingdom Cause, but they are CityNet. They wanted to put in 40, I think it was 40 little homes like this, miles from a shopping center, a store, jobs, transportation. And we were fighting that back, and we thought we had success. But there will be a hearing, like a town hall meeting on April 1st, I believe it's between 7 and 8. We can get that information out there. There was a loophole, and they have obtained permission through Lake Hemet Water to build 4 individual houses. Well, it's still going to be a homeless project in between 2 large senior communities. We need help fighting that. So again, guys back there, I would appreciate the help on fighting that. This is a beauty, another favorite of mine. This is at Hemet and Stetson. That property was sold. It was Groves, and the people that bought it out of Long Beach were going to put a, what's in tequila? Agave farm there. And that's not what it's looking like. So with a lot of push to the county and writing to the supervisor's office, they finally posted a violation. And I've been following up on this one and basically got pushback from the county saying, hey, it's not a cease or desist. It's just you got 30 days to fix your violations. Well, violations, they don't even have a permit. So what have they chose to do? Work after 5 o'clock and on the weekends when they know nobody from the county's coming. Everybody that lives in East Hemet drives by this curve on Hemet and Stetson. Okay? If you go by there, I do want to tell you, look to the right, and there is a black sewer pipe above ground. That's real legal. Running into the trees that are still there. So they're dumping sewage on that property illegally. Can't get the county to stop. Citrus Valley development, I am adamantly against it. You can see the breakdown of what they were wanting to do. And I feel that the reason that I've decided on helping towards this cause is this is a pocket area of 767 acres. They initially wanted 6,300 homes. I heard one gentleman say it's dead in the water. It isn't. They've just gone back to the drawing board. Right now they're looking at 4,000 homes. That's still too many. But what's happening is the county's not listening to us. They sent out notification to people 600 feet from the property. Well, it's all farmland, so you can imagine how few people were notified. And unbeknownst to the county, the opposition to this rallied And they ended up having to hold 2 Zoom meetings, which really you could tell was not making the planner very happy, and a live meeting. So it has thrown a kink in it, but the county seems to keep moving forward with these projects. And how do we stop it? Local control. Another one, 6-story, Dr. Chaudhary. Why would we want a hospital in the middle of the orange groves? Again, if the citrus grove goes through, this will be next. So I want to see local control, and I felt helpless, and that we need to look at how do we stop this for our future? How do we develop the end of town so that it isn't as congested as the west end? You know, that used to be trees also. And let's keep the integrity of the east end, keep the plan as it is, and move forward. What's this one? I can't see. Oh, this is Chaudhary's plan of with the 450 parking spaces, which our roads cannot accommodate, and underground parking. This one you know more about.
Yeah. So this is the Boulders development, which some of you are familiar with and some of you are not familiar with. This sits on top of the plateau, Mesa Plateau, up by Simpson Park, up above, and they would access it by Gilbo Road. And basically, pending approval through the county, some high-density homes up there as well. And you can see kind of the site plan that's laid out, and these are, multi-story and high-density, housing resources that they have on this side. And it was really with, discussion here of, a lack of really local representation where things were being presented to these county residents or things going in next door to them where it was falling on deaf ears. And this isn't really the first time that this has happened. If you look at the county developments or what you see in a lot of different areas, and when you look at the county, each county supervisor represents about 500,000 residents, right? So for them to respond or get back to you, how quickly is that going to be? And then our other problem is that the county splits the San Jacinto Valley. So most of this county area we're talking about is in one supervisorial district, whereas the city's in another supervisorial district, right? So our people are split between representation and how we're viewed compared to larger cities, right? Because larger cities, larger population, definitely county-wise has a larger impact on several different levels. So, when I heard Debbie's group, the Citrus, NOAA on Citrus Development move forward, we had the passing of the petitioner with this. That's when, I brought up the idea about, this is actually not a bad idea. I'm not sure originally why it was started with this petition, but it doesn't matter in my eyes. If we're a team and we're working together and there's an opportunity and I can grab that ball and run it down the field, and it's a win for our community and our county district, where I live in the county, where she lives in the county, or a lot of these residents, then we should be doing that. I'm glad to hear a lot of the involvement. I know a lot of people that live in these areas. That's why I'm not afraid to come out here, or you're not afraid, or others, to talk about why we're now stepping forward and our concerns that we're seeing. Supervisor Washington put me on the General Plan Commission meeting for the county because they're going through their general plan right now. Many of these people have shown up recently at those meetings and have heard me speak out for residents and protect their rights and to have a voice and to have a plan when something's developed. And that's one thing that we don't have in this sphere is really a master plan, right? Or a specific plan. How does that area develop when it does develop, and how are we going to protect the rights, the culture, our identity as a community? We're one of the oldest communities in Riverside County, right? We know who we are, we know our traditions, we know our culture, and we want to protect that, right? That should be first and foremost, whether it's motorsports or whether it's ranching or whatever it may be. Those are things that we know are citrus in this aspect. So, as I see this growth coming down Winchester Road or into our area, we know that growth is coming. And that's where it's like, hey, let's grab the horns of this annexation and really, looking at what you're accomplishing. I've never been so pleased with a city council or city manager in all my years here in the Valley, being born and raised here. It's great to see, Mark's a Hemet High graduate, he lived in the county area. The passion and love that you have and the things that you're changing make me want to be on your team. And I think, a lot of the county residents are starting to see that and hear what you're doing on that side. Our organization started as Hemet Rising, played off your Hemet Risen, right? And we're basically moving forward with this. And we invite everybody, we're going to be doing a couple things. Let me brief everybody a little bit on some of the benefits to the residents. So the great thing about this is that if this annexation goes through, basically you or your neighbor can be on city council here, right? You could be on planning commission. Your representative to your area is going to live by you, right? Your person's not going to live in Murrieta or Temecula or some other area disconnected from your community, right? To me, that's important. That's really important that I can go talk to them, or I see them at the store, or they're going to be there, their kids are going to be there growing up, their parents, whatever it may be. But this is a huge thing to me that is a huge benefit, is that I'm going to be represented by somebody that actually lives in this community. Better representation, right? We kind of talked about this. Hemet council members, you will represent, if this annexation goes through, about 25,000 people in each district, potentially if we go to 120,000 or 125,000, right? Supervisor represents 500,000 people, right? So, try to get a hold of somebody, think about the representation that you have. I'll take 25,000 any day to talk to you or have you represent me versus somebody who doesn't live in the community and represents that many people. The county area can be master planned, not piecemealed, right? We kind of see this piecemealing that's going on. There's no plan. There should be a plan. What are we going to preserve, and how are we going to keep our identity and who we are, and then even with the county, push back in the county to preserve who we are, not become what they want us to become. There's no new taxes and there's no change in zoning. Somebody talked about the general plan. Every government entity has to go through a general plan every 10 years. It just, right, it has to happen. And over time, different zone changes based on development code that comes down from the state of California. That's not the city's responsibility or fault, or the county's, but there's changes, right? And I know it's everyone's intent here not to change a zone, and it's going to be adopted to be the same zone that people have today. And we're not looking to change anyone's life. In fact, we're looking to preserve it as this growth comes. Unity with community, a stronger voice in the county. So as we said, we've been the dumping ground, and if you see other communities, whether it's Menifee, Wildemar, Temecula, they have a sense of coming together and pushing and forcing things to happen for themselves. We did that with the 79. Let's keep the momentum up. This is really a positive thing for us and a time for us to change direction when we have the right people. Partnership to turn the valley around. We're already starting to do this. Good things and good days are ahead. We all live here, and we should all be invested. Whether our Hemet address is 5 digits, 4 digits, or 3 digits, it doesn't matter. Our address says Hemet. And then citizens' request to the city of Hemet, of course. If annexation request is approved by LAFCO residents, right, we have to, as the city manager stated, there's 3 things we need from the city. Can they fiscally afford it? What is their proposed services or staffing levels? And the last one is, of course, the zoning, right? That's their only responsibility to respond to us. They're not making the decision. They're responding to us as a community and citizens for what we asked. It was led to believe that they're kind of making a decision and things like that. They're not. I don't know why that false information was being put out. And then next steps as an applicant, zoning confirmation here at the city. We want to have multiple town hall meetings, right? We want you to be involved. We want to hear. We want to represent. We want you to have your fingerprints on this moving forward. This isn't something to be scared of. We're not, hiding behind something. We want this to be something positive. And like I said, we want to preserve, conserve, whether it's endangered species in your backyard, whether it's your ranching lifestyle that you have, you're part of our identity, ultimately. We're going to confirm our plan of services, the fiscal impact report, and then we'll prepare the final application. And of course, we have the LAFCO hearing as well. you want to add some final points, Debbie?
No,
No.
I think you covered it.
She's a far better speaker than I am.
Yeah, right.
On that point. So anyways, I appreciate your time this evening to hear this. Thank you for moving this forward. I know this it was a long meeting, and we've got a lot of phone calls and a lot of pressure on this, but we really do appreciate your leadership. We have confidence that as this go forward, that you would be representing us, and that good days are ahead for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate you listening. And again, to the community, thank you for showing up, because that's how unity begins. Even though it's an emotional situation for a lot of people, I think that we need to figure out what's best for us and what's not. So I appreciate it.
So, council members, we shared a lot of data today with you, and staffing approaches. We're happy to have our technical experts answer any questions you have as well.
Okay.
And I would encourage all of our subject matter experts to get close to the microphone here.
Okay, so I had a couple questions, and this is for my own edification, but also for the public. So typically, my experience in working on annexations are through resolutions, but I have the Cortese Knox Hertzberg reorganization procedure, and so when it goes by petition, would that still address like a sphere of influence amendment? Because the proposed area is outside of our adopted sphere of influence.
Yes. So, working with LAFCO, they would likely be going under the reorganization procedure because we would be, one, under this petition as it's proposed, moving the city jurisdictional boundaries to the existing sphere of influence boundaries, and then some.
Right.
There's nothing preventing a reorganization that has an annexation outside of the sphere of influence.
I guess what I'm getting at is because by petition, nothing really needs to go through the city. It's a citizen initiated that goes through LAFCO by petition, but I guess my question is, wouldn't they need to do a general plan amendment? When we say the zoning's not going to change, we're not going to adopt the county zoning. I mean, so how, there's going to have to be a change to our zoning map. So are there applications that need to come through the city where we do have
Yes.
authority?
Yes. So we will need to make sure that the pre-zoning for this area is consistent with its existing zoning. That is a process that the city contemplated before. If you look at our general plan land use element actually included an analysis of the entire sphere of influence area, and actually performed the environmental on that as well. So as long as we stay within the sphere lines, a lot of this work has been done. That doesn't mean that there isn't more work to do, and that's something that Monique has been preparing and working on, but this is one of the unique features of the Riverside County LAFCO, which is that process in terms of the ordinance, the general plan amendment, the environmental for those are not actually required by LAFCO law. They're required by this county's LAFCO's policies and procedures. And so there may be some additional information. Monique came over and sat down nearby. She may have some additional information on the potential need for the general plan amendment, environmental, and pre-zoning.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. I did want to mention, as part of the annexation area, it is within the city's planning area as well. So when the general plan was adopted in 2012, not only did it include a sphere of influence, but it included additional area, which is the planning area, which analyzed it, was also consistent with the county.
Yeah, that's why I'm looking at the map, and I'm like, well, we have land use designations identified for areas outside of our sphere of influence, so that, that's a little unique. I would really like to see the information. I would like to see updated information. I know that the plan of services would be submitted to the LAFCO, but I would be very interested in seeing what that has to say. Like I said, I think that I would need updated information. I do have concerns about the condition of the streets and all the infrastructure out there. I do have concerns about the number of residences out in that area, because typically residences have a high propensity to use a lot of city services, which again it has an impact fiscally. And if this is something that we're going to consider, I want to make sure that considering that is not going to put a burden on our existing taxpayers to serve an area where we're not financially accounting for what it takes to serve that area. Like I said, I live on the east side. I live right near the Val Vista border, so I'm aware of the conditions out there, and I do have a lot of concerns, but I do need more information as well, and I will pass it on to my colleagues.
I agree. I want more updated information. You know, inflation has just killed us the last couple years. And when you're looking at statistics from like a couple years ago, I mean, how do we know how much it's increased in a couple years' time? So that's one of my concerns there, is like, I'm looking at the costs of everything. And then a resident mentioned this, and nobody else has, I think, but the cost of equipment and maintenance wasn't included in this report. So that's another cost that isn't accounted for. So
some of the maintenance is included in the road numbers, and we do have some operating dollars that are included for both public works.
But what about fire and police?
Police
It's
and
like
fire
their
as
equipment
well.
and stuff?
There are some numbers in there, but I think we also, there's a lot to unravel here with the equipment, with the startup costs, with the assets. In addition to that, I should let you know another example of, some of the finer details. We did use projected city expenses as of July 1, 2025. So we're anticipating the adjustment in our compensation. So we used the future figures that would be in effect next year.
Right, but those slides didn't have like the dates on there, so
Right.
that was one of my questions too. And then another thing that kind of came up today is it does include Diamond Valley Lake, and so how are we going to address equipment that's needed for public safety operations that are needed for the lake? And was that included?
So I'm going to use that preliminary word. I can tell you that obviously annexations of this size are relatively rare. I have gone through a similar exercise for one service type in another jurisdiction. And fundamentally, those assets that are in that county area, the fire stations, some of the equipment that's within them, those were paid for by those taxpayers, and they are going to be used to serve those taxpayers. And so oftentimes that is a negotiation that we can have with the county. If there is specialized equipment, if there are assets in place that are used to serve that area, we can have that conversation with them about transferring those over to the city so we can continue to provide services. But obviously that's getting into the details, and that's the kind of thing that we received a letter from the county. They want to have that conversation with us because they have the same and a lot similar questions to what you do.
My questions are, thank you to the last two speakers. You gave us some insight on what's going on there and the pros about why we should annex. My question is, are we going to hold any town halls, community meetings, Q&As, and with the residents there to bring more information, maybe have you guys speak again and give them the pros of what annexation will do for them? And I know the county is doing a lot in bringing actually buying property and putting homeless shelters out in the county areas, and we don't want that. I don't think the county people want that next to their homes. So I'm for that. But another thing that our public works director brought up was this page here on on the pavement conditions based on the 2023 data for the sphere of influence. And these numbers add up to like $45 million on what needs to be done there. I mean, is that a cost that's going to have to initially be paid to get these streets up to par? And
That's an issue that we need to talk to the county about, understand what their longer-term investment plans are. There's a lot more analysis that's needed on the streets in particular because, as you know, frankly, every city in California has some form of challenges with keeping up with infrastructure. We're all experiencing declines in gas tax, which is affecting ability to maintain streets, and so it's a challenge. And I think we're all fortunate in Riverside County that we do have a local measure, Measure A, that does provide investments into the local communities. What I've noticed in cities around California, north and south, is that the agencies, whether it's a county or a city, in our case a county, countywide, those that invest in some extra resources for transportation, typically the streets are in better condition. So we're fortunate, and I know RCTC has plans for potentially additional investment in the future.
what about our fire chief and police chief? Are they, do they think this can be done, and do they think they'll be able to handle the extra land?
I think I'll speak for the police chief and the fire chief at the moment, but with the fire department in particular, there are some interesting opportunities for efficiency that should be explored with the city and the county, and that would enhance the service and response times to everyone in the valley. I think on the police side, we would be able to replicate at minimum the resources that are deployed today by the county to serve the residents in the county. And I'd stop there. I don't know where any additional comments on that?
I don't have anything additional, unless you have another question. I think there'll be more comments coming out as it moves further along, but at this moment, I have nothing additional.
But do you think that this is possible? It'll work without any problems? Do you think there's going to be problems? I mean,
I think there's
this
always
is a big step here. This is
I don't have a crystal ball. If I had that, that'd be
Yeah.
great, and to
Yeah.
say, get in front of all that. But
I thought you had one. You don't.
Well, you're not supposed to tell people that. But I'm confident in our what we can do as a department, as long as I'm provided the assets that we've asked for, and we can make it happen. Definitely, like I said earlier, we'll provide the same service and nothing less. And obviously, the goal is to always do better, right? Especially if we're incorporating an area.
And also, to Mark, my understanding is we only get 25% of the taxes, but I was told by someone that we get 100% for first responders, police, and fire. Is that correct?
It's for fire and library. There's an allocation that would essentially move from the county to the city for library and fire. But 25% of the other property tax allocation, it's 25%, because the county still has services that they provide that we do not provide. And so under a pre-existing tax sharing agreement on property tax, there is a split between the county and the city. The county retains 75%, the city receives 25%. And that's the methodology upon which we conducted the financial analysis.
Okay. And Measure H money, though, we still get the 1% if they were to go
For
to
Measure
city.
U?
I thought it changed the Measure H.
Measure U, this is I didn't touch on this, but let's use Stater Brothers for an example. If you're at Mountain in Florida, and you're in the unincorporated area shopping at Stater Brothers for the taxable goods only, not everything, most things at a grocery store are not taxed. So I'm talking about the taxable goods only. In that location and at Stanford in Florida, at that Stater Brothers, you're going to pay $1 less on every $100 purchase than you would at the Stater Brothers at State and Stetson. So you would pay $1 extra. That extra $1 on every $100 of taxable goods, the city council is investing 75% of that into the police department. I'm sorry, 2/3 of it, 2/3 to our police department, and 1/3 to our fire department. So right now we're allocating that extra $1 to public safety services.
Okay.
Sorry, I had another question for Chief. So, what is the ratio of officers to population? Is it 1 per 1,000 or?
That's been the ongoing numbers that they try to get to, and we're about there now.
Okay.
For the city of Hemet, so.
So with the proposed population increase with the annexation, it'd be 20,000, but we're only proposing 15 officers or
Right.
15?
Well, we also looked at calls for service,
Okay.
and they're I won't say extremely low, but they're lower compared to what we're doing now, so,
We're quiet over there.
yes.
But it's actually only going to be 10 officers, right? And 5 employees or
Yes, somewhere, yeah.
10 officers,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I just want to say that I really appreciate all the comments that were made here tonight. And I think going forward, both entities, the city and the petitioner, really need to have a lot of meetings and answer the specific questions and the concerns. I mean, and there's a lot of them. I mean, I know people in the county. I lived by Hemet High for 28 years before I moved into the city, and the only change in my life was when they elected me to city council. I'm going to go back to the county. Anyway, it doesn't really affect your life that much, because everybody who lives in this well, at least in this portion of the valley, you live in Hemet. That's our home. That's our city. But there's really a lot of specific issues as to people who have animals, people who have larger properties, and these things have to be answered as to how it's going to be handled. I also have a question that we need to look at regarding pre-zoning to the county's general plan. And we're kind of coordinated now, but the county is going through general plan amendments to change zoning in Hemet's unincorporated area. So we need to be really mindful of that. If Orange Grove is an agricultural land is being rezoned for single-family homes and high residential, quite frankly, living here as long as I have, I've been here 49 years now, we don't want that. And I don't live out there, but I don't want that. That natural beauty of this valley has to be preserved. So I think everybody needs to be very, very mindful and keep an eye out for exactly how we're going to, and growth is going to come, but it has to be growth that's acceptable to the people who have lived here for generations and also for the people who have just moved here. So we have to keep an eagle eye out, have the meetings, have the open transparency, have the open communication, and just be very mindful of what we're doing and whether it's the best for all citizens involved. But tonight was great. Thank you, everybody.
As Councilmember Krupa had talked about, the residents with the animals, I would never give up one of my animals. So I can appreciate that, but I wonder, if this is something that's going forward, is potentially looking at an overlay that would allow people to retain some of those rights that they mentioned. Because I don't know how we would be able to split the zoning up, and because we have our regulations in the city proper right now, but that might be an alternative, is to do some kind of zoning overlay that does help protect some of those rights that were mentioned today, or that could come up in the future as people think about the differences between being in the county or in the city.
Any further comments or questions? Okay, so part of this is that we can do a motion, and the motion would be to refer the necessary pre-annexation zoning actions to the Planning Commission to ensure that city zoning upon annexation reflects current county general plan zoning designations and no change in land use. Do I have a motion to approve the item?
Yes, you have a motion to approve that item.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
City Clerk, may we have a roll call?
I have a motion by Councilmember Lodge, second by Councilmember Krupa. We're going to do roll call. Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge.
Yes.
Councilmember Males.
Yeah, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick.
Yes.
Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Considering the time that we are at right now, usually we go through staff reports for the city council. I will ask you if you have a burning desire to say something, please do so. Otherwise, we will forego most of the chit chat tonight. Councilmember Krupa.
I'll catch you all up at the next meeting.
Councilmember Lodge.
I concur with that idea.
Councilmember Mills.
No, thank you.
Pro Tem Kendrick.
Pass.
I don't think I have anything burning that I have to announce either, so we will forego our council reports this evening. City Manager, would you like to say anything? Yes. I know we have lots of great activities coming up.
I would only let the community know again that we have a Vallarta's grand opening tomorrow. That's going to be a lot of fun, and it's going to be an amazing store, so we really invite everybody to take a look at that. And we do have, there was a mention earlier this morning, or earlier this afternoon, that the Newland Simpson Warehouse project is going to be on our next council meeting. That's on April 8th.
And I want to say that we're having Hem It Beautiful again on April 26th, and we're still looking for sponsorship for that day, and we're looking for lots of volunteers to make our city even more beautiful. And I think our city council is ready to go, so there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned to the next city council meeting on April 8th, 2025. Thank you, everyone, for joining us tonight.
I'm going to be at the AEP conference.